Audio will start in 2 minutes.
Alright, it is 10 o'clock. It is time for the first episode of the Gary and Mikey podcast. That's the name of it for now. I'm Gary, and
Hello,
this
Gary.
is.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
And this is our podcast. We, of course, are going to be talking about wrestling and Flash and Yu Gi Oh! Magic, just bunches of different things. But for tonight, with this being our first episode, we wanted to talk about wrestling, any ideas we have for this podcast moving forward, and just things like that in general.
Absolutely.
So to get us started with, we want to tell you guys just like go through our list of like our favorite wrestlers and matches and things like that to get us started here.
Yeah,
Um,
get to know you guys a little. Help you guys get to know who we are and everything. You know.
yeah. So I think before we get into wrestlers and stuff, I think we should get into wrestling matches, like our favorite top five favorite wrestling matches from like the Attitude Era, back when we were growing up as kids.
Oh man. Um. Okay. Let's see. That's a tough one for me because I mean, like you said, we grew up there. Like I have so many memories, literally linked to everything from the Attitude Era of wrestling. Like
Exactly.
I didn't even start watching like WWF at the time before it became WWE. I started watching WCW. That's the first thing I found, and I found it on accident as a kid because my parents hate it. uh, but like not to the point where like they like no, you can never watch it. You know, my parents like
Yeah.
they didn't care. They're like, hey, as long as you like it, you know, we like you can watch it. Just we're not watching it. Don't have it on when we're watching TV in the living room. Um,
Understandable.
so let's see. For me, let's my number five. Let's go with. I mean, it's. I gotta say the gimmick battle royal from WrestleMania 17.
Okay.
It was basically just the Royal Rumble at WrestleMania, but they brought out like everybody at once, and it was filled with all kinds of the like gimmick wrestlers. Like you had the Repo Man, you had the Iron Sheik, you had Doink the Clown, you had like all these like legends, these amazing people, like
sorry.
wrestlers, people doing their best, no problem, man. And like, it's just all out fun, like, and the fact that like the Iron Sheik won, who is by far one of my favorite people to follow on Twitter. Like,
Right.
I love waking up and just seeing on my timeline the Iron Sheik has reminded me that he will uh, break the neck of Hulk Hogan.
All right. That is a good start to your list, I think. Um, I think for
So
me,
weird. We're in an
uh,
ad break right now.
oh yeah, well, subscribers. That's what happens if you don't subscribe. You miss out on some of the conversation.
Absolutely. I I'm just currently in the chat right now, and it just popped up an ad. For whenever we have anybody that wants to join in and ask any questions. So now they know that I am here because I got distracted by an ad.
I'm also reading the chats as well, so if he misses something, I'll catch it. Before I tell you my number 5 match, I do
Hi.
want to point out that while I'm not playing the wrestling game, it is there physically for anybody who wants to watch something. I have it going on in the background, but if you're not really interested in watching wrestling and you just want to hear the podcast, you can put the phone down and just listen to it. You're not going to miss anything. This video that's playing in the background has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about or anything like that. I'm not even going to be commenting on them, what's happening on the screen. It's just something there for you guys to watch if you want something to watch while we talk.
Yeah, it's
Um,
kind of what, since it's a big part of the show, like wrestling's a big part of it, we figured what better thing to do than have WWE 2K Universe mode just auto playing itself out in front of you guys.
right, and also I want to point out that this isn't like a permanent thing. This is just until we can upgrade and get cameras and all that stuff. And then once we get all that stuff situated, we will probably go into like a live like camera thing in person
Yeah.
with that. So that's just to get that out. So my number 5 with man, I really should not have said top 5 Attitude Era matches because like trying to remember that many matches right now is
I
a
know, so
struggle.
many, like, and like,
Uh,
and they all just like it all just kind of blends in together.
yeah, yeah. So I guess for me, I would have to say it would probably be, uh, I think my number 5 would have to be Undertaker versus Kane. The first time they fought against one another.
Mania.
I, that was their first fight, wasn't it? At Mania?
Yeah, Mania 14. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Because he showed up at Unforgiven when he came through the canvas during the Hell in a Cell match, right? That
No,
was his
cause it was
debut?
in the. Well, yeah, it was a Hell in a Cell, but it wasn't through the canvas. He like walked down the ramp and ripped the door off the hinges.
That's right, that's right. That was his debut. So yeah, their first match at WrestleMania 14 is probably my number 5. Just because it was, again, it was The Undertaker. His undefeated streak at WrestleMania. And he was going up
Hi
against his
Gary, hi
brother.
Mikey.
Like, the storyline there was just fantastic. And so that is one of the reasons why it's at my number 5. And
Hey, bud.
hello, Crimson Leader, John. Welcome,
How's
welcome.
welcome? How's it going? Glad to have you here.
Yes, thank you for joining. So that was my number 5 favorite Attitude Era match. So we will move on to Mikey's number 4.
Uh, I will say like it's really hard to like because like the way my next number 4 pick is going, um, kind of like something we were talking about, like before we started and everything. It's not so much one match, but this isn't like what we were talking about before. Um,
Hmm.
with what my number one is uh, in this,
Right.
since like you said, you already know. My number four, it's the hardcore title back when it was 24/7, and it was it's the one that's most memorable is when Crash Holly was defending, and he was in the place, slid down the slide and into a ball pit.
Oh,
Uh,
yes,
well, he
yes.
to get away and from like losing the hardcore title while
The
it was
title, yeah.
24/7. Exactly, but like it's the whole like time Crash Holly was hardcore champion, like when he was continuous, because it was like I said, since this one's so
Ninjastalker
specific,
28 is now live.
it's
Streaming
because like
WWE
his matches never
2K22
technically
Podcast
stopped.
EP.
Like
1.
you even see him in that like his title defenses one time get pinned while he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Like they sneak into there and the ref just counts silently, tapping or like lightly tapping the bed. 1, 2, 3, like so. It's like that's what my number four is, and then, like I said, it's hard. Like I would if I had to pick the specific one, it's him running away through the ball pit. But like it's hard because I don't know how many other matches he had technically at that exact same time because it's so far back and like it all just blurs together in my childhood memory.
Right. Right.
So that's what I'm going with.
Okay. Okay. My number four um, is, of course, when Chris Jericho fought against, I believe it was, I'm going to go with The Rock for the title as my number four. At the King of the Ring, where he ended up unifying them.
Hmm.
And I think The Rock one would go in my number four spot. And then, of
Okay.
course, my number three would be the other one,
The Stone Cold.
the Stone Cold, yeah.
Okay. So it's my number three time. Oh man. Uh. Hmm.
Well, before you do, I should probably explain why those are my four and three. Um, One is just because, I mean, Chris Jericho, phenomenal wrestler,
Uh-huh.
um, wasn't in the company for super long at this point. It was at the beginning of his career with WWE when he did this. So it wasn't something anybody was expecting. It was a shock when he won both titles
Yep.
on the same night.
Do you like energy
Um,
drinks but hate the crash at the end?
Wait for this to
Then
end.
try Dubby Energy Drinks. Go to dubby.gg and use promo code GaryRide2022
Okay. But so the shock factor, like, again, was up there. He is still, like, everybody knows Chris Jericho. Like, even people
Yeah.
who don't really know wrestling know of Chris Jericho.
Right.
And so, like, it would be
He's
a dishonor to
he's
him
been
not to have him
he's
on
been
this list.
in so many different things. Like he's in
Yeah.
music. He's been on TV. Like clearly he was on the Masked Singer
Yeah, he
not
was
too
on The
long
Masked Singer. He's in movies. He's in Terrifier 2. He's been in movies with Jay and Silent Bob. Like,
ago. Hmm.
the dude, he's written, like, multiple different books that have been on the bestseller. Like, yeah.
Yeah. hundred
But yeah,
percent. You're not wrong.
so you're number three now.
Let's see. Um, I actually, it's kind of funny. I didn't remember this match until me and Josh uh, were watching Backlash from the Attitude Era recently, like literally just like yesterday or the day before.
Hmm.
Um, and we were talking because as a kid, like I was a huge Ken Shamrock fan.
Yeah, Ken Shamrock
Uh,
was great.
yeah, and we actually just watched the match where he fought the Undertaker. Um, After, like I said, I hadn't been watching it. He's been watching it, getting caught up, or like remembering like the old stuff and getting into it. So I don't remember, but it had something to do with like Shamrock's sister, and like he was just taking it to the Undertaker. Like he was showing how like high level an athlete he was, uh, and like he was taking the Undertaker to the limit to where it ended up like the match got interfered on by Bradshaw from the Acolytes. He came out with a bat, but like he didn't get any like, hit in or anything. He got like chased off the apron or like punched off by Shamrock. Uh, then Shamrock took down the Undertaker, and then Paul Bearer got up and he swung at Paul, and Paul jumped down, and then he picked up Undertaker to go for a tombstone, and immediately got countered into the tombstone
Oh wow.
and beaten. So like Undertaker needed like help from multiple people to beat Ken Shamrock, because Shamrock was just like ankle locks left and right, like doing real good chain wrestling. Like this was like Backlash, like right after Mania 15.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so like that just kind of became one of my favorites, like just because like as we were like watching, like he's using like you know how like he's grapevining the leg for the ankle lock, and he's got the like because of how long Undertaker's legs are, it's his foot's like right up next to Shamrock's head. So like while he's getting him in the ankle lock, he like puts like the Undertaker's foot behind his head and uses his like one arm to like stretch it around, like using his head and his arm as like a lever to twist it and
Ooh.
stuff, like back and forth, like just doing that like stuff, just real cool, awesome like work. So like that just kind of became it, just because like it showcased how good Shamrock was, to where like even Josh was like going, "Oh man, I didn't. That's awesome! Like I didn't see that coming. I didn't know like he could do. He was that good. Like he was because of how good he was just countering and
Yeah.
everything."
Yeah. That's the thing is like Ken Shamrock. When you back then when you were watching him, you knew how awesome he was. But when he left the WWE and they stopped like showing clips of him and stuff, you forget just how good he actually was. Like I've
But
went back and watched clips from some of his matches here recently as well, and Ken Shamrock. Like I remember as a kid, I didn't really care for him, but watching him now, like I wish I was older watching it back then because he is phenomenal. And to
yeah,
know that he still wrestles today too, like is
absolutely. Like
insane.
he's still in great shape because he still stays active ever since like he's done MMA and stuff like that
Yeah,
outside of like his wrestling work. Like still like at his age, staying in the shape he's in and in the condition to continuously like fight and not get injured and everything, like he's like or like that, like amazing.
oh yeah, yeah. I believe he wrestles for TNA right now, doesn't he?
Uh,
Or is he gone from there?
I don't know, like because like I don't follow up on Impact as much as anymore.
Right.
Like I I kind of fell out during the time, like they started down like their downward trajectory in fans. Like I was one of those people, and I've just not. I don't have Access TV, the channel, to like watch it anymore, and or like when it was on
Same.
there. Like now it's on YouTube. Like I could watch it. It's just I never think about it whenever I get on YouTube.
Oh, are they on YouTube now?
I think so, if I remember right. Uh, like from listening to the guys over at, like Steven Larson over at Going in Raw, like whenever I listen to like them, I think they brought up the fact that Impact's stuff is on their YouTube channel now.
Okay.
But but that doesn't mean they aren't still on like Access TV if they are. Like, they might very well still be. I don't have that channel if it is.
Yeah, same. Um, all right. Well, we're gonna move on to our number twos.
Yep, and I
Um,
think we'll go with you this time,
yeah,
since
yeah.
since you gave us 4 and 3 back to back.
Sorry, I just.
Oh, that's all right.
But my number two is probably not going to be a shock to you. I could easily flip my number one and my number two because both these matches are amazing, but only because of who's in this match is the reason why I put it at number two. But it's WrestleMania Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle. No,
Yeah, that was 19, I believe.
yeah,
Yeah, it was Kurt Angle.
yeah. Um, Brock Lesnar trying to go for that shooting star press and missing. I'm pretty sure he broke his neck when he
He did.
missed too.
He did.
And
100%.
didn't Kurt Angle also break his neck during that match? Or
I
like somehow injure himself during that match as well?
I think he did. I don't remember off the top of my head, uh, but I believe so.
Like,
That sounds right. Like, I think they did. Like, he definitely, like, Brock 100% did. And it's
yeah.
just like because it's the those fluke accidents. Like, he'd done it so many times, like in OVW and stuff like that. Like, that one time you just undershoot and
Yeah.
everything, and like, I mean, they still went on to finish the match and everything.
They
Yeah,
did. And it was a good match. It was a really
yeah,
good match. And just seeing him do it in WWE, even though he, again, messed up, it was still impressive to see him at least attempt it. Would have
yeah.
been better had it gone according to plan.
Oh yeah,
But
but I mean, like you said, like because you'd never seen if in WWE ring at that time, you'd never seen Brock Lesnar do that. You would never have
yeah,
thought that Brock Lesnar could do that,
yeah,
and to see him just barely miss.
just barely. Like, yeah, like it was impressive, even though he missed. But I think that's one of the reasons why I have to put that at number two. The other one that could have been at number two that didn't make this list, but almost made this list. I just want to throw this in there. Was another WrestleMania match with Kurt Angle, but this time it was against Shane McMahon.
Mhm. Oh, the King of the Ring.
The our King of the Ring, yeah, with
Right.
the glass,
Yes.
trying to throw him through the glass and it not working because they
Yes.
switched out, so he threw him harder and yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, my number two again is Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle at WrestleMania.
Uh. All right. So my number two. Well, I did say a little bit ago that my number one is technically two matches, but since you kind of went ahead and I kind of got to spoil my number one pick now, because you already used my number two and my number one pick as your earlier picks. It's Chris Jericho versus The Rock.
That is great. Oh, that is
which
great.
which means yes, my number, which they were tied. They were literally tied because of the whole storyline, and that's my main thing that I love about wrestling is I love the storytelling aspect. That he beat The Rock and Stone Cold in the same night to become the
Right.
first ever undisputed champion,
Yeah.
and like you said, nobody saw it coming. I at the time didn't, and I was the absolute markest of marks. I hated Chris Jericho at that time. I loved The Rock and Stone Cold because I didn't understand like everything about it. It was still real to me.
Yeah.
I despised Chris Jericho because he was a bad guy. I remembered him, like I said, I watched WCW long before I found WWF. I knew him from there. I remembered him the whole time. I was like, I know this man all the way through. And yeah, like it's just like you said, everything you said about both of those matches. That's why they're my number two is The Rock one, and my number one obviously is Jericho Stone Cold.
Very
Like
good.
my honorable mention is actually like it's very generic, but you know it's hard to disagree. It like if I didn't just kick off number two, like my number two would have been Steamboat Savage,
Okay.
the one everybody loves.
Right. Yeah.
Years. Like it's just a phenomenal thing, a phenomenal bit of storytelling. But since I'd already named my other ones, and I didn't want to, since you like I'd already kind of used, like I feel like I could get away with my number four Crash Ollie like hardcore title defenses because, like I said, it was 24/7 and it just all blended together.
Yeah. Yeah.
I felt like I can get away with that, but now like that you've already clearly established that them as two separate matches on your own list, I was like, well, I gotta go ahead and I gotta put them down as
Two
separate
separate
matches now.
matches. Yeah. Yeah. I did count them as two separate matches because they are against two different
They are
people.
they are two separate matches, indeed. Like you're
Um.
100% right. It's just like I said, like it's just very hard for me to like choose which one I like more than the other, and the Stone Cold one just has to edge it out for me as I've gotten older and as like I've gotten to like enjoy Chris Jericho more and more as a competitor, as a wrestler, as an artist in the ring and everything. Like those matches, like clearly top of like my matches for me.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
They're
just
great
rough to choose.
matches. It was really tough trying to choose which one like went before the other one because like they're both really good matches. It's just for me, I think in that time frame, Stone Cold was better than The Rock.
He'd beaten The Rock more times for the title at that time,
Yeah,
and it was the Stone Cold match that was the last one
yeah,
to show like how that Jericho could continue fighting for a long, long time.
yeah. All right, my number one,
Hmm.
and I don't think this is going to surprise you at all,
Okay.
but it is a triple threat tag match
Okay.
that was also a tables, ladders, and chairs match.
Hmm.
It is the Dudley Brothers versus Edge and Christian
Hmm.
versus the Hardy Brothers.
Hmm.
And it is, of course, the one where Jeff Hardy is dangling from the titles and Edge jumps off the ladder and
Yep.
spears him to the
Yep.
canvas. That is by far my favorite match of all time. I have literally watched that match close to 100 times.
Hmm.
Um, Growing up, I had the VHS cassette of the Tables, Ladders, and Chairs documentary,
Yep.
and that was one of the matches that was shown on that documentary. And
Of course.
I watched that VHS from start to finish close to 80 times. And then, of course, since I don't have the VHS anymore, I've had to go to Peacock and the network to watch the match again and again and again and again because it's so good. It is the best tables, ladders, and chairs match I think I've ever seen.
Hmm.
I mean, there's stuff that they did in that match that they've never done ever again.
Yeah.
No one's ever dangled from a title's been speared from a ladder while
Yeah.
dangling there since then.
I mean, considering what happened to Edge, you know.
I mean, he did knock himself out,
Yep.
yes. But it's not the first time he's knocked himself out or knocked out somebody else, so it's okay. Um, but yeah, that is definitely my pick for the best match of the Attitude Era. Um, so now, before we switch over to talking about the modern era, I'm gonna include anything from like the ruthless aggression era up until literally uh, Dynamite from yesterday.
Hmm.
Um, but before we start our list, I think now would be a good time to do our first smoke session. What do you say?
Sounds good. Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right. Let's get. All right, let me know when you are ready
Um,
to go.
oh, I'm ready, sir.
All right.
I just turned my mic off.
Let's go.
All right. I started off the Attitude Era timeline. I feel like it's only fair that you start us off this time in the current
Oh,
timeline.
I meant for the smoke session.
Oh, I just did that. I'm sorry. That's why I turned my mic off.
All right. Well, okay.
My bad. I will join you again as well. No problem.
No, it's all good, man. All right, here we go. All right. So, modern era, talking about anything from the ruthless aggression to yesterday.
Yeah, I'm glad that because like there was a couple times that I was about to choose a match that I was like, wait, no, that's not Attitude Era. That's not Attitude Era.
Yeah, there was a match that I was about to put on that list. I was like, wait, no, technically that was the ruthless aggression era. But it's not my number five. It's up the ranks. But my number five is actually a match that happened here recently.
Hmm.
It's a SummerSlam match.
All right.
It has to be Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns at SummerSlam when he lifts the ring with the tractor.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that is the best Brock Lesnar Roman Reigns match they've had.
Right.
And while it is great, I feel like the other four matches I have above this one are better.
Right. I get you. I get you.
But this one definitely deserved to be in the top five because it is a phenomenal match. It's
Absolutely.
really good.
Okay. So my number five, I will say, um, oh man, I just had it. Uh, okay, it's also a Brock Lesnar match,
Okay, okay.
and it's one that me and you watched and loved so much. We watched it so many times, and just couldn't help the just have nothing but sheer enjoyment from it. And it was the introduction of Suplex City, Brock John Cena's SummerSlam.
That was a great match. That was a
Just
good match.
Cena tried so hard. He came out swinging right as soon as that bell rang. He took off like a bat out of hell, just trying to take out Brock, only to be turned into a literal child and get hurled across the ring every which way from Sunday 16 times and just looking like effortless, because Brock Lesnar is a monster of a man
He is.
who
He
can
really
throw
is.
anyone he wants as far as he wants.
It's very true. It's
Whether they
very,
want
very
to or
true.
not, they will go flying. Um, and I mean, how can you that's where he coined the phrase "suplex city, bitch." Like,
Yep.
it's just you can't argue with that. How good of that, how entertaining that match is. Like,
Oh no, it's
and I
so good.
don't get me wrong. Like, you know it very well. I have gotten sick of watching Brock Lesnar win
Yep.
before, because there's so many other super talented superstars in WWE that have deserved to have the spotlight shown on them, and it just, like, Vince at the time, like, he just defaulted only to Brock. And
Yeah.
this is, like, right about that time where it was happening, but it was okay because it was John Cena at the time, and all of us hated John Cena because we wanted him to turn heel because we were tired of the
Mm-hmm.
constant baby face Super Cena wins. The very formulaic, like, he loses the first two matches, wins the final one to end the rivalry completely.
Yep. I mean, we saw that how many times with like Randy Orton, Daniel Bryan, Edge,
Kevin
Batista,
Owens,
Kevin Owens.
like, the list goes on and on. It's just lose two, win one, lose two,
Yeah.
win one, and then it's over. Beef is done. John Cena won. He's still he is champ.
Yeah.
Like, love John Cena.
Yeah.
Great actor. I love him as a wrestler. My favorite time of John Cena was John Cena as the Doctor of Thugonomics,
Yes.
because
Yes.
he could be heel and face.
Yep.
He could be
Yep.
whatever. Like, I understand the merch, like, him doing all the make wishes. You don't want to turn him heel. Like, I get it. I understand. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, that made, like, that watching that Brock Lesnar match with him, just throwing him to and fro, corner to corner, like, just made my day. And that's my number 5.
Solid pick. Very solid pick. So my number 4 then. I've thought long and hard about this while you were talking about your number 5. I was thinking to myself, what should my number 4 be? And I don't want to choose this match.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think about it, I have to admit, it is a really good match. And even though I detest this person as a person,
Mm-hmm.
I
Wash it.
have to give him credit where credit is due
Right.
for being a really good wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
So my number 4 is another SummerSlam match.
I swear to God, if you're about to say the same as my number 4.
It's Roman Reigns versus Logan Paul.
I get you. I understand.
I hate Logan Paul with a passion, but that match was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Logan Paul is a phenomenal wrestler. He can hit the buckshot lariat better than Hangman Adam Page can. And 20
Uh,
times better than CM Punk.
that I agree with. I disagree with the first part, though.
I mean, it's close to being as good, if not better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I still think Paige does it better
And what's
all
up,
day, every day.
Voodoo? Welcome to the podcast. Thank you for joining.
What
Um,
up?
we are currently naming our top 5 modern day wrestling
Ish.
matches. Yeah, ish. Wrestling matches of all time. You just missed us doing the Attitude Era.
Yeah.
So
And
sorry.
naming, yeah, just explaining everything.
Yeah, explaining what this podcast is going to be about, and here after we get done with this list, I'm also going to be making another announcement about the podcast. So yeah. Anyways, my number 4 again, Roman Reigns, Logan Paul, SummerSlam. To you, Mikey.
Uh, so my number 4, as like you probably expected, it's a SummerSlam match. I believe, if I'm remembering right. As we know, I don't have the best memory. Um,
True.
I remember facts randomly from here and there. But I could very well be, uh, like I said, mistaken. But I believe it was SummerSlam, and it is when CM Punk won the WWE title from John Cena, when we didn't know whether or not he'd even signed his contract yet.
I
When
believe that was SummerSlam.
I'm pretty sure it was because I feel like I remember it being green and yellow,
Yeah.
like everything
Or
about
was
it.
it main Money in the Bank?
I don't think it was Money in the Bank. It could have been, but I feel like it was SummerSlam. Like I said, we know my memory is terrible.
Because I was going to say SummerSlam's yellow and blue.
Sometimes it depends because it was
Oh, there has been green a couple of times. You're right.
remember when we were talking about the Elimination Chamber when I
Yeah,
had that on DVD, it was green and blue at that time.
that's right.
Like it changes. It just depends, like what colors they feel like using.
So you said your number 4
Uh,
was.
it's yes, because of the whole, everything that led up to it. Like we all knew his contract was going to be up at the end of the show,
Question,
and
this
no
is the
one knew
Mikey I
when
have on PS4
he
who
would
plays
truthfully leave.
Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn, right?
Yes, it is me. It is me, Voodoo. Um, but yeah, it's just like everything that was leading up to it, and like the fact that like he hadn't signed yet
Yeah.
until like the
Okay,
day of the
emoji
show.
smiling face with
Uh,
smiling eyes.
like it was just, like the pipe bomb just happened. Everything
Mm-hmm.
we were all at that time. I was falling out of wrestling during that whole time period because it just gotten so stale to me. Like the storylines were just so bland, and then this came along where CM Punk, the guy like you want to become the champion because of like what's going on, like what he's saying is what you believe. Like people like him, like they should get chances at the title. Him and Daniel Bryan deserve to be like fighting like in the main event spot because of how good they are. And like you knew that they weren't getting their fair shake because Vince wanted it to be John Cena and
Yeah.
other guys that were of a larger body size. Um, like it just make it, like you were so frustrated, and it's the same thing like that happened like with Stone Cold during the Attitude Era, where like you rallied behind him against Vince storyline wise because you could like it was with for adults that were watching, for them, like they could, if they felt like they were getting catharsis from seeing somebody beat up their boss that they wish they could do, but they know they can't, and like just seeing like someone tell their boss off like what they want and how they're because they're frustrated of this and that and whatever's going on in their lives, and to see what's going on in real life happening on TV and in wrestling, you know, that's
Yeah.
what made it for me, because I was so, like I said, so frustrated. I was seeing all these guys like that I know are amazing, talented wrestlers. They captivate you like while you're watching them have matches, and like they're just not getting their fair shake, or like they're not getting like it's just it's just not right in how you're seeing it, and you know him calling it out and leading there, and then taking the title, and you knowing not knowing at the time that he is re-signed with the company. Like you still think he hasn't yet. Like this is him going out and kind of like, maybe is he going to hold the title hostage if he wins?
Yeah.
And then him winning and jumping out and blowing that kiss and running and leaving through the crowd, like it just like everything surrounding around it, like is what brings it up there. Like it was a good match. Like I still
Yeah.
very good, because CM Punk is a very good wrestler, very
Yes, he
talented.
is.
But like that, yeah, that's my number 4.
So, again, good, solid pick. My number 4, or no, 3. Sorry, I'm
Yep,
on
number
3.
3.
Wow.
Had to let the dog out.
Man, as we get closer to that number 1, like it's getting really tough to
Yeah, I know,
figure
dude.
out where to put which match, because like there's been so many good matches, and like I know what my number 1 is.
The same, and that's like I don't know about you, but for me, that is exactly where I am stuck. Is I have been building my 5 through 2 as we go
Same,
along.
same. I
Because I've just never ranked them before.
okay.
Oh, I got number 2 now.
I think I'm going to have to put my number 3 at man, I don't I really want to put this at number 2 though. Okay. My number 3 is going to be The Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels, where if Shawn Michaels lost, he had to retire. That third match that they had
Yeah.
was so good. It it is one of 3 matches that has actually made me cry.
Oh yeah, no, I get you. I
Um,
mean, it's so emotional.
yeah. Unfortunately, the other 2 matches that made me cry did not make it on this list. But that one did, because not only did it make me cry, but it was probably the one of the best Undertaker WrestleMania matches he's had.
Yeah, I get you. Amazing, amazing match too.
Yeah. And I think it was like either a year or 2 after Shawn just had that match against Ric Flair, where if Ric Flair lost,
Yeah.
he had to retire. So, like, yeah. Yeah. But that's my number 3.
Okay, so my number 3 is an NXT match. Um, and like you know, me and you loved watching these matches. Uh, back in the black and gold era, like the original black and gold.
I have a
Um,
feeling. I have a feeling I
oh,
know which
I
match you're
don't think
talking
you.
about.
I don't think you do. But once I say it, like we'll find out. My number 3 is Gargano Champa, the lights out match, where Champa hit the Willow spell on the boards after ripping up the apron.
Okay. I will tell you, I was right about who the competitors were.
Hmm.
I was wrong about which match it was.
Yeah, that's my number 3. Just because I mean, Champa is such a masterful heel at
Yes.
that time. He doesn't even have theme music. His theme music is the entire audience booing him. And it became that for months
Yeah.
and months until they're like, okay, we got to give him a theme song. No, they never
No.
should have.
No.
Until the boos started to die down, you should have just kept it as that chorus of boos. Like it was so perfect, and like it showed like how amazing Ciampa was at being like top heel, like just dominating.
Yeah.
Like no one came close to being as big a heel as Ciampa, and I fucking loved it. Oh, sorry, we forgot to tell
Oh,
everyone that this is
yes.
yeah, this is not necessarily all the time. Sometimes, like depending on what we're talking about, we may not cuss. There will be cussing in here, more likely. You may want to like if you have kids, you may not want them to listen to this.
Yeah. Just viewer discretion be advised.
Absolutely. Um, but yeah, like it was just you like you know how much me and you love that storyline because of
Yeah.
who we were watching it with and how much like we just turned that person into a wrestling fan.
Yep.
And her favorite tag team of all time
Just turned on
is
each other.
DIY. And Champa just literally turned against Gargano and broke her heart
Yep.
in front of us, and we couldn't help because we are kind of assholes. Um,
Yes,
we
yes, we
couldn't
are.
help but laugh. We died laughing because of her just losing her mind
I
over watching this.
I have never seen somebody go from loving somebody so much to
Like,
instant hatred
in literal seconds.
in literal
Like,
seconds. Like as soon
the
as it
the
happened,
heel
just
turn of like
bap.
them like literally he's hugging Gargano and then immediately hurling him face first into that leading up to this match. Like her visceral hatred for like the heel turn, like it brought you back to like your childhood of watching Attitude Era wrestling.
Yeah,
And like but now being older and knowing more about the business, like from just watching for so long and learning more from like from people that and it like because of like how much the internet is getting at the time to where you can learn more.
yeah,
Um, and like just watching someone that we just turned into a fan like within a year.
yeah,
Like it may not have even been like it may have been like a year, maybe 2, but it was not that long.
yeah. It wasn't super long at all.
Like that we just turned her into a fan, and we broke her heart immediately. Like we didn't
Yeah,
because we were watching it, we weren't expecting it until it happened,
yeah,
and then like her immediate reaction like just killed us to where we could not stop dying. And
yeah.
then this rivalry just so vicious and brutal, and the fans just hating Champa with a passion. I love both competitors. They're both amazing top level athletes, masters of storytelling.
Yep.
But I'm in love. Like, I love Tommaso Ciampa here. Like, he jumps up so high because, like, since the introduction of music, I cannot remember a person who literally, they took their music away. Like, now granted, like, they hadn't figured out what they were going to use just yet. Like, they hadn't gotten it from, like, the artist that they were licensing from
Right.
yet. But, like, the fact that they kept it going because of how loud the boos were.
Yeah.
Like, soared Ciampa so high up in my esteem. And this match and all of their matches are just because they have such good chemistry together in the ring.
Right.
Like, it's just an absolutely phenomenal match. You have to watch it if you've never seen it. Like, it's
100% agree.
Like, you have to. Like, I can't stress it. Like, it will, like, the storytelling in it. Like I said, like, them losing the tag titles, Ciampa like hugging Gargano, like, to like be like, hey man, it's all right. Like, we lost. Like, nothing we can do about it. And immediately just smashing his face into like the Tron metal and everything. Like I said, like, it's just, you have to watch it if you've never seen it. And if you have, like, you know. Like,
You understand
you watch it
why.
Again. You might want to watch it again.
Yeah. So, before I continue with my list, I know when we get done that there's going to be people out there being all like, hey, why didn't you bring up, like, Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega, which is already being considered the best wrestling match to have ever taken place. It's because I haven't seen it.
Seen it.
That's literally all it is we're only rating, like, our ratings is strictly based off of matches that we've actually seen.
We can't judge something, like, as our favorite match if we haven't seen it. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing. Like, it's going to be objective. Like,
I'm sure if I'd seen it, that it probably would have made my top 5 list because, like, it's Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay. Like, I haven't seen it, so just throwing that out there before we get any hatred in the comments for leaving out.
Oh nope, I got my number 2
matches and stuff. But my number 2, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, because I'm pretty sure like 3 matches already have been from one wonderful pay-per-view.
I am hating, LOL.
Have been from SummerSlam. And this next match is no exception. It is also from a SummerSlam. But it is Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair.
Okay.
And it is the SummerSlam where not only did Becky dislocate her shoulder within the first like 5 or 10 minutes of the match, but she still wrestled on for another 25-30 minutes with her shoulder dislocated.
Okay.
Granted, she lost the fight, but it was a really good match. And after the match was over with, we got the return of Bayley from being on injury. And then we got the returns of Io Sky and Dakota Kai.
Debuts on the main roster, on the main show,
yeah,
like, not being NXT.
Well, Dakota Sky was brought back because she was released and then brought back.
Yes.
So it was also a debut.
Yes.
Because she'd never been on the main roster back when she was with NXT. So, like, we got Damage Control.
They're debuting.
Are debuting. We literally just had that banger of a match between Bianca and Becky. Like, arguably one of the best women matches I've seen. In a while. And the story with Becky being on that losing streak and her just trying everything in her power to get the title back, and the emotion that they both put on and the respect that was given after the match between the two. Like, it's one of those. It's just like you said with that last one. If you haven't seen it, you need to go to Peacock and watch it. It's from SummerSlam of 2022. It's
I mean,
fantastic.
you got yeah, it's really good. It is a very good match. I
Yeah.
can't deny that at all.
But
Very great
that's
competitors as well.
that's my number two, and you can't talk me out of it.
Um, so, uh, are we? You want to do honorable mentions again after I do my number two?
Yes,
I have two honorable mentions after this.
I have a couple of honorable mentions as well.
My number two is like one of like it was another just like the CM Punk thing. It like and everything like so far like I guess like for the most part outside of the gimmick battle royal like it's because of the narrative and everything.
Hmm.
It's like one of my favorite moments like because it's something like this is a match like from a whole show that like me and you like we watched this like this is like one of like our one of like our best times like hanging out watching this pay-per-view and like the storyline of the whole show or like the match and everything leading up to it is what really like just took it over like because of how good it is and it's WrestleMania 30 when Daniel Bryan won the world title.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up, because if you wasn't, I was going to bring it up in my honorable mentions.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, literally, like, what is there to say? Like, Daniel Bryan, literally, we were on that journey with him to carry him to that world title match
Yeah,
because he should have won the Royal Rumble that year. Like, he was so over in the eyes of the fans. Like,
yeah,
everybody loved him so much. Like, he was our chosen guy.
yeah.
Like, by the fans. And them wanting it to go to the title go to Batista, like, and just treating Daniel Bryan like he wasn't worth it when like everyone was so behind him, like
Yeah,
no one could deny how over
yeah,
Daniel Bryan was. Like it was the Yes movement. Like everyone, like around the world in all different sports events and everything, people were doing the Yes chant, like
yeah.
because of how over he
And
was.
what's crazy is we've never seen anything like that since until here recently with Sami Zayn. Like, what's happening right now with Sami Zayn is
Do you like
that
energy
Daniel
drinks but hate the crash at the end? Then try Dubby
Yeah.
Energy Drinks. Go
is
to
Dubby.
dubby.gg and use promo code GaryRide2022 and
is Daniel Bryan from WrestleMania 30 time.
Like,
Like the pops that he's getting, the cheers, like that's
like
what it was like for Daniel Bryan
absolutely.
back then.
Like you could choose like the match earlier in the night of like him
Oh,
versus
him
Triple
Triple
H.
H. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
like you could easily choose that, but you can't at the
No,
same time.
not when the title was on
That
the
was
line in that
like
second one.
that WrestleMania got like its name was changed by everyone to Yeselmania.
Yeah,
Like it was the culmination of him becoming that champion that he deserved. Like everyone was like, it's literally like with the Sami Zayn match, like what I was saying when we were watching.
yeah,
Like if they wanted the biggest pop, it would be giving Sami Zayn that chance with that title,
yeah,
and like have him like just to take it off of Roman. Like if that would if that would have happened, it would have been just like the Daniel Bryan one, but like you wouldn't have seen it coming because of how well done the storyline is for the Bloodline has been.
right, yeah,
Like you wouldn't like, and with the fact that Cody's fighting or won the Royal Rumble itself, like, like, more like it feels like more than like it's gonna be Cody that wins that title off of Roman.
Yeah.
But like if they would have done it with Sami Zayn, but like they did with Daniel Bryan, like it would have just the pop.
Oh yeah.
Would have been astronomical. Like it would have literally just been like a second coming of the Daniel Bryan storyline.
Yeah.
And like that's what like the fact that like this
You were so
storyline,
close.
like I said, like yeah, like it's just like I said, like the fact that it's so closely tied, like in the same realm of like a pop and like what the fans would love to see as the Daniel Bryan winning the title thing, like tells you stories about both things.
Agreed.
And that's why it's like my number 2. Like just again, like the storyline, everything, like the phenomenal match, like him getting beat up by both guys.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah. So now we're going to come to our honorable mentions here. And my first honorable mention, because I said I had a couple, is a match that it's a good match. It's not one that is super duper like easy to watch over and over and over again because it is a long match. I just picked this one because the storyline throughout the matches, or throughout the match, the different storylines that they pulled off in it was really good.
Yeah.
And I think that the winner that they chose was also the correct choice for this year. Obviously, I'm pretty sure you can figure out what I'm talking about. I am, of course, talking about the 2023 Women's Royal Rumble with Rhea Ripley being the victor to go on to WrestleMania. Not happy about the choice of who she's facing at WrestleMania, but that's besides the point. But like Rhea deserves it. She is a phenomenal wrestler. So she definitely deserved this win.
Yeah.
To go to WrestleMania.
She's done, like you said, phenomenal work.
Yeah. And I just think it's a shame that, like, I feel like WWE often overlooks her a lot. And this was a way of them, like, finally giving her what she was due, you know? So that's one of my honorable mentions.
Okay, so my next one, or my honorable mention, it's, let's see, which Mania was it? I don't remember which WrestleMania number it was. I mean, you'll probably remember it better than I will. It was 30-something. It's Seth Randy Orton when Seth gets launched in the air off of the stomp attempt into that beautiful RKO before he cashed in on Roman and Brock, like his Money in the Bank, and won later that night.
That was 31 or 32.
Yeah, I can't remember what number it was.
I think it was 31.
Maybe. But yeah, like it was that match. Like it was just a really good competitive match. Like
yes, it was.
Two very talented wrestlers, and literally just that they turned it into a counter if
Yeah.
you do the stomp in the games ever since then, like if you do the stomp, the curb stomp, whatever version of the game you're playing that they call it, like if you're doing that move and they counter it, you're getting that exact same WrestleMania moment every time. Like you're even if you don't do the RKO, you're getting countered into that RKO because it is like one of the most iconic counters.
Yep.
Into the RKO, like the meme itself, like.
Yeah, I mean, like, how often do you do something one time, and it gets put into a game?
It's like one of those most iconic like RKOs out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like that's my like one of my like honorable mentions.
Yeah. My other honorable mention, and I'm picking this one because one, these lists have been very, very WWE forward.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the thing we watch the most.
Yeah. And I feel like we need some AEW representation here.
Right.
And this is a match that you will definitely know very well. Because it is a match that me and you watched in a theater together.
Right.
And it is that steel cage tag team match between the Lucha Bros and the Young Bucks, where the Young Bucks had a shoe that had thumbtacks sticking out of the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And they were super kicking the Lucha Bros with it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, that match is bloody, it is brutal. The storyline, because, you know, those two tag teams have fought each other many times, so they know each other's moves. So there was reversal after reversal, like, the ring work, the storytelling, it's just, it's fantastic, and they definitely deserve credit for that match. Because I think that from that pay-per-view, which I believe was that Double or Nothing? Or All Out?
Oh man, I don't remember. Like you're the one that's supposed to do the remembering. We talked so much about how I have the worst. Like you can't do this to me. I can't even remember. Like I've literally been going this whole time. Like I think this is the match or the show that my match was at. No, I don't know.
Like I remember it's either All Out or Double or Nothing. I don't remember which one.
I feel like it might have been Double or Nothing. Like out of the two. I mean they only have 4 different pay-per-views. Like so it's easier to figure out. But it probably was.
Well, they have 5 now since they have Forbidden Door.
Yes.
And that is coming back again this year, so
I can't wait.
But yeah, so that definitely I think deserves an honorable mention. Because it's another match that, like, if you haven't seen, find a way to watch it. You will not regret it. It's so good.
There's not a bad thing that you can say about that match, really. I mean, like,
look
there
your
are people
way,
that
Voodoo.
can't.
Send me a link on FB.
Send you a link on FB. For what? If you're talking about that match, good luck.
Yeah.
For
so,
the
like,
matches.
I have.
Oh, for the matches, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, good luck with finding the AEW ones. They take those things down quick.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so I have, like, before we go on to our number 1 picks,
yep.
I'm gonna do, like, 2 real quick honorable mentions.
Okay.
Since, like, you don't have any more.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
So, one of my honorable mentions is like you said, like we haven't talked much about AEW or any other uh, any other promotions or anything like that, because
Uh-huh.
we've spent so much time in our lives watching WWE.
Yeah.
Uh, it's one of my favorite wrestlers that I love in AEW. It's when Orange Cassidy fought in that triple threat for the world title against Omega. Like, it
Oh
showed how great, like, how
yes.
good he actually is, and where people were behind him. Like, that's one of them. Just because, like, Orange Cassidy's the best. I love him so much as a
Orange.
wrestler. Like, his
Yes, Orange
character,
Cassidy is so good.
I've literally, like, I've literally not, like, ever since the first time I saw him. Gary can attest. I loved his character the literal moment I saw him.
That is
I
very
could.
true.
I was so ecstatic to see his character, and, like, then see him actually, like, he's how good he is at selling, and, like, his what he does. Like, so, like, that's one of my honorable mentions. And then my other honorable mention that, like, I was very close to actually, like, putting it on my list was the NXT Iron Woman match between Sasha and Bayley.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, because it's two of the most talented women wrestlers in an amazing match, like in one of the first Iron Man match that women were involved in. Hence why it became the Iron Woman match for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they were main eventing NXT Takeover for the first time, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the first time the women's title was main eventing, not the men's world title.
Mm-hmm. And it was on a WrestleMania weekend.
Mm-hmm. That's my other honorable mention because, like, it's such a good match.
Oh
Once
yeah, it
again, like,
was.
if you can get on Peacock, find it, watch it. It's amazing.
Yes.
Like I said, two of the very best women wrestlers in the world.
Yes. All
Uh,
right.
and that's my last of my honorable mentions.
Yeah. On a quick note, I definitely think that the Sasha Banks and Bailey match definitely did deserve that honorable mention because it is a fantastic match. Again, very emotional. That is actually one of the other matches that made me cry, as you know, because you were there. You saw me.
Yeah.
um, I'm not going to say why yet, because that will come in later on. But you probably already know the reason. But my number one, my favorite match from, you know, the Ruthless Aggression till now. Most of my matches have been here recently. But as good as the matches have been here recently, there is a match all the way from 2002 that holds my spot as the best match I think I have ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a fatal four-way match between Randy Orton, Edge, John Cena, and Shawn Michaels. And it is Backlash main event 2002, where the ending to the entire match is great. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the ending is an ending that I don't think they've ever done since then. Like, I can't remember any other match that's ended like this. And it's where I forget the entire sequence, but I remember, like, John Cena hitting I want to say it was Randy Orton with the FU, as it was called back then. and then Shawn Michaels gets in. Oh no, it's Randy hits Edge with the RKO, and then Cena immediately hits Randy with the FU, and then Shawn Michaels gets in and sweet chin music Cena, but when he does it, Shawn also falls because out of exhaustion because the match has been going on for a while. And John Cena, unconscious from getting kicked, falls on top of Randy Orton, and the ref counts the 1, 2, 3, and John Cena's like knocked the fuck out and the ref's just like putting the title on his chest and like trying to wake him up, going, "You won, man! You won because Shawn Michaels kicked you in the face." Like, it's a match that he won without actually winning because, like, Shawn Michaels gave it to him.
Because of pure exhaustion, he got to actually win.
Yeah, and I think because like that match, just because of that ending, like it was unexpected. It's never been done before. It hasn't been done since that I know of. I mean, I could be wrong. They could have redone it, and I just haven't seen that match yet. But I promise you, it's probably not nearly as good as that one. That one was perfect. That is by far my favorite match of all time.
Yeah, I feel you. That's a really good match. My favorite match of the more modern era, um, like we talked about, like offline, from the stream. Uh, it's an AEW one, which is why like I had to keep quiet when you were talking about, since we haven't had any AEW love in our stuff. And it's like, well, I do have one for like an honorable mention, and my number one. But like, my number one is from Revolution. It's a tag match. Like it's the best, one of the best matches that I personally like that we've ever seen. Like me and you, like we were on the edge of our seats the whole match, the entire way, like from the get go. That match, like it's the Bucks and Hangman Page, and Kenny Omega for the tag titles. Like everything in that, the storyline going in of like the turmoil between Hangman and Omega, and is Hangman about to turn on Kenny Omega? Is he about to like break up the team? Like if they lose, like the Bucks, like getting in his mind, like FTR, or like no wait, yeah, FTR had been around about that time,
Yeah.
like getting in his head, driving that wedge between him and Omega, like. And it's just like everything in that is phenomenal match, like in there, from as like the name of their company like says of what they are. Like all four of them are members of the elite. They are elite, like level athletes, like elite storytellers. Like I can't think of a bad thing to say about like anything in this match. Like it was just pure match, pure tag team perfection. Like,
Agreed. Yes.
like on both sides, like all four men, like amazing chemistry with each other, like because they've known each other for so long. Like they know how to tell that story, like all the spots in it, and then the ending to the match, like after like the titles change hands, like to the Bucks, like where you see like Hangman outside the ring setting up ready to go with that buckshot lariat on, like to just knock the head off of Omega, and he decides not to, like, but everyone saw him, like his hands were on the ropes in the position that he goes for to launch himself into it. Like it's just everything about it. Yeah. Like, and that came from it. Like all of like Hangman's like struggles and everything, like as a character, like just absolute perfection.
Yeah. I won't lie, when I was doing my honorable mentions and I said I had a few, and I did my first two, and you said that I didn't have any more, I was just all like, well, I had a third one. But I remember you talking before we started this, and you mentioning a certain match, and I was like, I almost was going to say that as one of my honorable mentions, and then I remembered what you'd said, and I was like, wait, nope, I should probably keep my mouth shut, because I don't want to say what his number one is, because, like, that would be a shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
So I was all like, I'm just gonna let him be all like, yep,
Yeah.
that's all the honorable mentions I had.
Yeah. I oh man, like it's just like I said, like we've said for all of our matches, like you you have to find a if you can find a way to watch them, like
Yeah.
you really should. Like you don't have to. Because I don't want to say you have to
Yeah,
because like like I'm the kind of person that like you tell me I have to watch something or like I'm going to love something, like I'm kind of a natural contrarian.
yeah,
I'm gonna actively try to seek not watching that, like
yeah.
by telling me like no, you have to watch this, like
See, that's the thing is, like, I used to be that person to you. Like, I know I've said, hey,
yeah,
you need to do this, and you were just all
yeah,
like,
like
no. Like, I ain't gonna do it
it's
because
what
you
took me
say,
so long watching Game of Thrones.
yeah.
Like you've been
So,
telling me since season one, dude, you have to watch this. You're going to love it, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that anytime soon
So I don't know if
until I
you've
finally did.
noticed. Have you noticed how I've changed? How I've been
Yeah,
saying it here lately now? I'd be like, I think you will like
yeah.
this if you watch it.
Because I'm
Like,
more likely to actually like look at something if you're not telling me like I have to do something.
yeah, that's
It's
why like I'm all like, I think you'd like it. I think you should give it a try if you want to.
yeah.
Just don't say you have to, because like when somebody says you have to do something, I'm just all like, but you don't really have to. You're choosing to.
Well,
And it's like
it's
I don't
also
want to be
like
told.
because you've known me for like as long as we've known each other now, like the over like what it's been like 10, 11 years we've known each other now,
Dude, it's
like
going
since
on 12,
2012.
13,
Yeah, like roughly like 2010, 2012.
2011.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. I knew that much. Like, but
Yeah, it's 12 years, yeah.
like
Long time.
you like like I've told you many a story of I'm the kind of person that like if I like 9 times out of 10 I'll tell you I'll do something like and I'm joking like but you can't call me out on it because then I will do it to prove you
Yep.
wrong like
Yep.
and like, if you tell me I have to do something then like I'm more likely like to be like nah I'd be like you're telling me what to do, you don't tell me what to do, I'm my own person.
Yeah.
Like I, I am very stubborn sometimes. Like if it depends on like what you're like how you're telling me sometimes. Where it's like it's all about the wording. Like sometimes for me.
Yeah.
So like while I do keep saying like you have to watch these. It's because like I love these matches so much. But like you don't have to. But if you really want to, find a way.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna tell you how to do it, where to go, because I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if I don't see it and I can't find it on like YouTube or something, I'm probably not gonna watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. But I will say the WWE matches that we mentioned can be found on Peacock.
Yeah,
Um,
like
you
if you have
can,
Peacock, absolutely you've
yeah,
got all of WWE. Like
yeah,
my brother's like been watching Attitude Era stuff for a while now, like in the living room.
yeah. Um, but since we have now gone through the modern day matches, we are going to be switching over to talking about wrestlers themselves.
Oh yeah,
We are going to start off with the female wrestlers. And I think before we get into our top five, we're going to go ahead and do our honorable mentions now.
Oh man, that's rough because I haven't even picked my top five. I've got a couple, but
Okay.
like, okay, so
Do you want to
are
save
we
the honorable
doing?
mentions before? Let's save the honorable mentions
Yeah, like we've
before
been
one.
doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
doing it that way. Like,
Okay.
um, but I mean, like, I've got like, hold on, we're doing uh women wrestlers from the.
Yeah. The wrestlers we'll do of all time because with the older and newer, it gets complicated. So we're
Yeah.
just going to go of all time.
All right. My number five. Let's see. I I've got to say Trish Stratus is definitely like number five for me. Like
Okay.
she she didn't start out great as a wrestler. Like I mean, she wasn't necessarily let to really wrestle during the early parts of her career. But like as like time went on, like she proved how great of one of the most out of anybody, second to like Charlotte.
Right.
Um, she's one of the all time greats. Like there's nothing more you can say really like about Trish. Like she's been there. She's been such a huge part of the women's division for so long and influenced so many women wrestlers that there are now.
It's very true. And she's had
And
some very iconic matches too.
exactly an iconic feud with like Lita and Mickey James. You know, just to name them. Like she's absolutely like she's just one of the best of all time. There's nothing else you can really say about it. Like she, if it wasn't for her, like the women's division, like probably like for the most part, probably wouldn't have gotten more eyes on it. Like during that time, like they more would have more ended up, I believe, just from watching. Like they would have ended up just as managers, like what she started out as.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. But yeah, she definitely a huge like reason why women's wrestling is what it is today. Like if it wasn't for her and people like Lita and those wrestlers who yeah, they were there for those horrible bra and panty matches. They were the ones
Yeah,
who were trying to get away
they
from
were
that.
very they were. I can't say that I, as a child going through puberty, did not enjoy the brawn panty matches. Uh, but you're right. Like they were very demeaning.
Yes.
Like I said, like you said, like and they. It's great that they got away from it and got to show what they can do in the ring.
Yeah.
Thanks to in part her Lita, China, the list goes on and on. But like, yeah, like like we said, like she's a true pioneer, like in that women's division. Like
Yeah.
it wouldn't be what it is today without her.
Not at all. Okay. My number five. And this is, before I say who it is, there's a couple of things. I kind of want to make my case for this person before I say who it is. Because she wasn't the best wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
I will admit that she's not like on the level of Trish Stratus or like the wrestlers of today. Good. Um, but I liked her.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought her matches were entertaining. I'm sad that she's no longer alive today. That is very unfortunate. Um, but also, she was the first one to where, like, when I was younger, I didn't know, like, what I was into with, like, female wise, you know? Like, I knew that they were cute, but I was all like, but no one ever like seemed super attractive to me.
Yeah.
She's the one who showed me what kind of person I'm into. Like, she's the reason for everything that I'm into. But my number 5 is Ashley Mazzaro.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like, I liked her. I thought she was really good. And, not only was she a wrestler, but she was also on, Survivor. She didn't win, but she was on it. And that was cool.
Yeah.
And then, like, she knew she wasn't the best wrestler, and she probably wasn't the most attractive one in most people's eyes when she was in the Diva Search contest. But I'll tell you what, she has brains, because she knew exactly what she needed to do to win that competition.
Hmm.
Do you remember what she did to win that competition?
Uh, it was her phone number.
Yeah, she gave out her real life phone number on live TV. She knew what she needed to do to win. And that was to have
Appeal
a
to
whole bunch
fans.
of horny men texting or
Be,
calling
be
her,
able to
because
text her.
I don't think texting was a thing back then. Call her
Uh,
though.
Maybe it may have been. No,
It,
it
it,
definitely was because
it
like
probably
you could
was.
text on flip phones.
Oh yeah, that's right. And they did say you text this number. Yeah, but yeah, Ashley Mazzaro is my number 5. Like I said, she's not the best wrestler on this list, but she deserves to be there.
Yeah, she really wanted to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so my number 4 is is a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Uh, but not in the WWE, in
Okay.
Impact, and it is an extremely talented woman who did have some time in WWE. She did not enjoy it. Um, and it is Gail Kim.
I was wondering if that's who you were going to say.
Yes. She did not have a very good time in WWE. She
No,
was
she did
extremely
not.
talented, though. Very, very talented as a wrestler.
I will
Great
say
mind.
I enjoyed her TNA time a lot more than
Yeah,
WWE time.
because that's where she, that's where she got highlighted the best, like that I got to see
Yeah.
growing up. I I saw her in TNA because I had been watching TNA for a long time. Because like with most wrestling, or like with WCW, like I found it on accident at my sister's house uh, while I was over there hanging out with her before like my nephew was around the time my nephew was born. Um, and I found it through like her satellite dish. Like I saw TNA total non-stop action wrestling, and I was like, I don't know this. I'm gonna watch it because I loved wrestling at the time. Like I've
Right.
been watching for years now. And I I'd gotten to see a lot of like her wrestling over in TNA. I saw her wrestle in WWE. Like I can't not say it. Like she's just extremely talented, amazing wrestler, like all around. Very solid mind for the business. Like very charismatic. Like it was one of those things that like I said before with other people um, that WWE just couldn't seem to capitalize on,
Yeah.
or wouldn't or didn't want to feel like capitalizing on. Um, that could have been another huge star, like for the division of wherever the division they have him in, and like she was one of them. Like she could have been like a top level star in WWE, for a long time if they just utilized her properly, but that's not what they were doing with the Divas division at the time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she's my number 4.
It's a good choice. Good choice. Just like you, I stumbled upon Impact or TNA, Total Nonstop Action back then, uh, on pure coincidence or accident. I was at my grandma's house, and I remember it was in the summer, and I had a certain bedtime because I was younger, obviously, and I couldn't sleep. And she had a TV in the bedroom that I was in, so I turned it on and didn't have the volume on, and I was just scrolling through TV, just trying to find something to watch. And I remember uh, seeing, like, as I was scrolling through, like, somebody wrestling, and I was all like, wait, did I just see wrestling? So I went back to it, and it was TNA, and it was back when Samoa Joe was fighting against AJ Styles a lot, and then, like, you had Gail Kim was there at the time when I found it, and then some other people, and, like, I got into it a lot back then. Um, and then just something happened where I just stopped watching it. But yeah, I found TNA on accident as well. Um, but my number 4, I was actually thinking about having Trish Stratus as my number 4, but you said her as your number 5, so I was all
Hey,
like,
it's your favorite. You can have her there as well.
I was going to, but I think there's somebody else that I want to put at my number 4 who I think deserves to be on this list. And again, this probably should not come as any surprise to you, since you know me. I think you might be a little bit surprised that she's probably this far down the list. But my number 4 is the one who's formerly known as Paige, Soraya.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Um,
I know. I'm not. I am not.
but
I'm
Paige,
not surprised that she's on there, like you said.
uh-oh, this ain't good.
Yeah. No, it's um. Yeah, like another extremely talented wrestler. She was someone that was actually going into my honorable mentions. So
Okay. And then, like, she got injured, so she's been gone for a while, and, she's finally back, which is great.
I know. Like, it's really glad. I'm glad she gets to wrestle again. Like she'd been trying to find a way for so long. Like she loves wrestling. Like it's literally been her entire life.
Yeah. And then, like, yeah, she's had some issues with messing up her own finishing move, but that was just nerves.
Look, I cannot you know me. I love to pick, and it's one of those things I just love to pick at. Like she's extremely talented. I understand being being on stage, like in front of the world, like in your debut match, like it, like in a huge spotlight as well, like
Yeah.
just out of nowhere. Like I understand, and I don't blame her. I don't. I do. I like to make a joke about it, like just because I know how much of a fan of hers you are. Like absolutely, I will. I'm so happy that she did, because otherwise, like it would be one thing that I didn't have to joke about with you, like to pick on you, like when we're having fun with you, like making fun of each other.
Yeah.
Like, but I like I said, like I don't blame her for that. Like it happens. Any mistakes happen. Like even like I feel the same way about like the Shotzi and the Ronda. Like when they had their big misstep like in their match recently
Yeah.
that everyone was talking crap about. It's like, look, man, it's live. Things happen. Like
Yeah.
mistakes happen, and like if it was Daniel Bryan making a simple mistake like that, they wouldn't say nearly that much.
Oh yeah.
Like
Not at
they'd
all.
let it slide.
Yeah.
But like that's like it happens. Like I don't ever like because you know how much I love wrestling. I don't hold that like botches or things like that, like mistakes that happen. Like I don't hold that against them.
Yeah.
They're doing extremely hard work.
Yeah. And I mean, like, for the people who does make fun of them, you're like, oh, they messed up, ha ha ha. I'd be like, I would like to see you go out there and do what they do and not mess it up.
Yeah, like it's not easy.
Not at all. Like, no, not at all. But, alright, sir. It is time for your number 3.
All right, so my my top three, you know who my top three are going to be. The order
I have an
outside of
idea.
outside of the number one, you're like the order might be like different than what you're expecting.
Okay.
My number three is Mercedes Moné, Sasha Banks, whichever name you want to call her by.
Really, I would have pegged her to be your number 1, honestly.
You wouldn't, like I said, like honestly, like my top three are like some of my absolute favorite women wrestlers
Yeah.
around. Like, and they're all like fairly recent. Uh, like two, like Mercedes and my number two, uh, are currently active wrestlers. My number one isn't. Um, but she's a phenomenal athlete. She's so good as a wrestler. I have been in love with her as a fan, and like from the moment I saw her, I became a fan instantly.
Right.
Like nothing could change, and like what I've learned about her from like her interviews and seeing like what kind of a person she is, she's an amazing person,
Yeah.
and as she's proven she's talented. She doesn't need to be a wrestler. She loves to be a wrestler, or she's enjoying being a wrestler. Though
Yeah.
she can do whatever she wants out, outside of wrestling and still be successful. But she's just an absolute phenomenal superstar. Like, you can't. It's one of those things. Like, yeah, like it's a WWE title, whereas like certain people I call wrestlers because that's what they are. That's what they identify as. Like I'm sure she identifies as a wrestler, but she is a superstar because she's beyond like a wrestling star. Like she is truly a superstar.
Agreed. 100% agreed. She is a superstar.
And yeah, like absolutely. Like, would she be my number one most of the time? Like majority of the time, absolutely. You wouldn't be wrong. Like that's why like not surprised that you figured she would be my number one. Um, but like I said, like it's the other two that I have moved up beyond for me.
Okay. Okay. Um, so just like you said with your top 3 about how like I could probably figure out who they are, which like I said I did have Sasha Banks in the top 3, but I didn't have her as the third. I had I'm just gonna say who I had at your third, and I don't want you to tell me if she's your number 2 or your number 1, which you said your number 1's not active anymore, so it's not your number 1. Um, but I have your number 2 pegged down to 2 different people. But I'm going to say who I thought your third one was going to be.
Okay.
And I thought your third one was going to be Dakota Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to lie.
Right,
And then
right.
I thought your number 2 was going to be Asuka, which I am going to guess that your number 2 is Asuka. I'll find out after my number 3. And then I thought your number 1 was going to be Sasha, but since you said it's somebody who's not active, I'm going to have to probably go. I don't know who
Yeah,
it
you
could
gotta, you
be.
gotta, you gotta look, man.
Oh my
You
God!
gotta
I'm
do your
so
number three
dumb.
first.
I'm so
You gotta do
dumb.
your
I
number
know
three
who your
first. Like,
number 1 is.
I'm
Oh
not gonna
my
tell
God.
you. Like, I'm not gonna
I
tell you nothing about who my number 2 is, who
yeah.
any honorable mentions are gonna
Anyways,
be, or who my number 1 is, because obviously you should know who my number 1 is by now.
yeah.
Seems like
I
your
just
realization hit you.
it did, and I was just like, oh my God, I feel so dumb. That's funny. Anyways, my number 3 is gonna be no surprise to you. It's Alexa Bliss. Like, come on, let's be honest. She's a great wrestler. She's good at storytelling.
It depends on like the story they
On
give
the
her.
story that yeah, she can show she can do good storylines. Um,
Like,
and I still remember when she dislocated her elbow and then
oh yeah.
redid it and was laughing about it, and I was just all like, that girl's crazy. um, but her storyline,
If
mainly
you
her
are still on in an
storyline.
hour, I will be back. My brothers just got her to watch the challenge reunion.
Okay. Yeah. We might still be on. Who knows? To be honest. But
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We will find out.
yeah, we could still be on. We don't really have like a set in time to our podcast. It's just whenever we get done talking about everything we want to talk about. Really.
Yeah, I'm
Um.
only thing I'm doing once we get done is I'm hopping on Legend of Dragoon because I'm excited to start playing my favorite video game ever
Yeah.
again.
Um. Yeah. Which I might actually give it a try to see what it's like.
I love it. It's my
Um.
favorite.
But that'll be for another podcast. Don't worry, we'll get into.
Mikey and I need to play FF soon though, lol.
Yeah, I I do. I do need to get back on there again so we can actually play.
Okay, but like I was saying, Alexa Bliss, like, her storylines with Bray Wyatt, I like.
Yeah.
Except for the whole WrestleMania thing, I think they really dropped the ball after the WrestleMania twist, and then just releasing Bray. I
Gary,
think
you
that
too.
not going to happen. I think that really ruined that storyline for me with the way they handled
Yeah.
the ending.
And like it's not her. It's nothing to do with her fault. It's what they did in a
Yeah,
bad move.
yeah. And like she's been shown like she can put on some
Do
really
you
good
like energy drinks
matches.
but hate the crash at the end?
Um,
Then try Dubby Energy Drinks. Go to dubby.gg and use promo code GaryRide2022
getting interrupted by my own ad. Uh, um, not a sponsor by the way, but it would be cool if one day. Yeah, Alexa Bliss, like she's attractive. She's very
Thank you
good
for
on
being
the.
here. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you are having a good time.
She's
Very
great.
interesting. Ed.
She's great on the mic. She's a great in-ring performer. She can sell moves properly, unlike some of the other women who are wrestling today, whose names I'm not going to mention because we're not trying to be mean or anything like that. Um, but yeah, that Alexa Bliss is my number 3.
Yeah. Uh, so, uh, as you were listing off some of my absolute favorite women wrestlers of all time,
Yes.
trying to narrow down my my top three. You did name my number 2,
Okay.
which is Dakota Kai.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, and Asuka is one of my honorable mentions.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, like it's Dakota Kai. Like I become such a huge. I liked her work whenever she first showed up in the first Mae Young Classic.
Right.
I saw her and immediately was drawn to her. Um, I enjoyed the way how she fights, her style. She's very charismatic to me. Uh, she's she's extremely good at selling.
Yeah.
She knows how to make everything you see happen to her you believe it. She was one of the ultimate baby faces for the longest time.
Yep.
Going through that feud with Shayna where she was basically getting bullied by Shayna because of her her elbow getting destroyed by her.
Yep.
And dealing with a bit of trauma from it and trying to get her confidence back, to eventually her heel turn on her best friend Tegan.
Oh, one of the best heel turns I've seen.
In that War Games.
Oh, such a great heel turn.
I know. It was just amazing. She just did such an amazing job, in that, to show how good she really is. She's amazing as a heel, as a face. Everything I've seen about her as a person, like I said before, she's an extremely kind person.
Yes, she is.
And I can't. There's nothing bad I could ever say about her.
Yeah.
And she's one of my absolute favorites of all time. And always enjoy any matches she's in. And ever since they started putting titles on her, I've been even more happy. I wanted her to be the NXT Women's Champion, and I want her to be a major Raw or SmackDown Women's Champion at some point in time.
I agree. I think it was a mistake not giving her the NXT title.
I think if the perfect time was for her to take it off of Shayna.
Agreed. Yes.
As that huge comment. But
yeah.
Once again, this is personal feelings.
Yeah. The other thing that I like about Dakota Kai, and this isn't anything about her wrestling ability or in her mic work or anything like that. This is strictly her as a person, is on Up Up Down Down. She's not very good at video games, but she tries so hard every time, no matter what game it is. And
yeah, you watch Up Up Down Down, and I don't.
It's adorable. But she's bad. She's very bad.
I'm sure I'm not going to argue with her on whether she is or isn't. I will always forever be behind her as a gamer. Ever since they did that League of Legends thing, where it was NXT versus WWE, and her making Seth Rollins the saltiest person I have ever seen in League of Legends, and I lived with League of Legends players in California when that happened. I was there. I was playing League with them, and I understood. I got salty during there, but I get salty all the time playing games. That's who I am. I get salty because I'm competitive.
Speaking of her and Seth Rollins and video games and him getting salty, they were playing 2K23. They were doing the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
To test it out, and she ended up winning the Royal Rumble, the game, the match, and it's the first time she's ever won a wrestling match.
Yeah.
On Up Up Down Down, and it just so happened that the last two people were her and Seth Rollins, and she was playing as Seth Rollins. and she beat him, and it was like that whole scenario all over again. Like, he was so
That's
fucking salty. He's like, I want to be upset because I lost, but at the same time, I won, but I lost. Like, and he was all like, yeah, it was funny.
uh,
But
that's
yeah,
great. Like, I love it. Like literally that whole that literally was the moment that I like with like Sasha or anybody else, like that was the thing that like sold me on like being a fan of hers even more, was just
right,
watching her play, like, because she was playing in the mid lane, which is what I did at the time when I was playing. I played the same area, and just watching her just go like just destroying him, and him just losing it so much. And because like I said before, I can't help it. It's like you guys love watching me when I get salty.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
I can't help it. I just died laughing. Um, and like the fact that like it happened to be her, who I was already a fan of, just made it even better.
Right. All right. My number two, and I, again, there's no surprise here. Like, I think you'd be more shocked if she wasn't my number two. It, it's the mommy, Rhea Ripley. Like, come on. I again have loved her since the very first Mae Young Classic, back when she was the long blonde hair soccer player from Australia. Didn't even know she was into this heavy metal goth stuff. Like,
Yeah,
she looks completely different now than she did back then. But like,
complete difference. Yeah,
her wrestling has only gotten better since then. She was already super good in there, because like, I'm pretty sure she was one of the people from the very first Mae Young Classic that the fans were chanting
yeah,
for Triple H to sign immediately from her very first match. Like, she is absolutely amazing. Her promos are on point. She won multiple titles already. And I mean, her favorite band is my one of my top 5 favorite bands of all time. So like, we got things in common. Not trying to, but like, and like, she's so good in the ring. Her matches are really good. She's athletic. Like, she definitely is my number 2 for sure. And I'm pretty sure it's going to stay that way. Like, I almost want to say she could become my number 1, but I think that I doubt she'll become my number 1. But now, before we go to your number 1 and my number 1, we have to
it's
do
time
some
for some
honorable
honorable mentions.
mentions. And if you don't
Yes,
mind, I would like to start off the honorable mentions.
I mean technically I've already started off, but that's because you already called it out.
Well, yeah, but
But yeah, you could go ahead. Like,
my first honorable mention, and I have a few, so the honorable mentions will probably take a little bit longer for this section than for the matches. Because there's a lot of great women who deserve to be recognized.
absolutely.
And again, I feel like, except for we talked about Paige, this has been very WWE heavy.
Hmm.
And there is a certain female on AEW who I think definitely deserves a shout out before anybody else on AEW.
Hmm.
And I will admit, as you know, that when she first arrived in AEW, I was not a fan.
Hmm.
I didn't like her. I didn't like the way she wrestled.
I'm
I
pretty sure I
didn't
know
like
exactly who you're
anything.
talking about, and I've been a fan since day one.
That is true. You have mentioned you have been a fan since day one. I was not. I will say, I have come around.
Hmm.
I really enjoy watching every one of her matches that she has now. I
Yep.
haven't been disappointed in any of them. She is definitely getting much better in the ring. When you go back and look at her very first match to a match she just had like a week or two ago, the improvement in her ring work is astounding in the short amount of time
I know.
that she's been in AEW.
Absolutely.
Of course, as Mikey already knows, I am talking about the TBS Women's Champion, Jade Cargill. She is now like 53 and 0 or 54 and 0.
No, she's 53.
53 and 0. Okay, so she didn't have a match last night.
Uh, I don't know. I haven't seen Dynamite yet.
Okay, yeah, I haven't watched Dynamite either. That's why I was all like, she's either 53 or 54, depending on if she had a match last night or not.
Yeah,
Um,
and whether or not and that's also whether or not she has a match tomorrow
yeah,
on
tomorrow
Rampage.
on Rampage. Um, but yeah, I think she definitely deserves a shout out very early on into the honorable mentions, just because of her improvement
Oh yeah.
and how she's undefeated.
Yeah,
Which,
I saw.
yeah,
I saw like from the beginning. I saw the talent there. I
yeah,
100% understood. I was a fan from the beginning. Like I saw it and I was like, she's all like this is her literal first match and she's already like got perfect timing. She's doing stuff right. Like I already saw like I already bought in. Like I was like, no, you guys make sense. Like what you're doing here.
yeah. All right, who's your next honorable mention, if you have any more?
I do.
Because I do.
Um,
I still have some more too. So, but we're
uh,
gonna go back.
Mine is also like I'm gonna try to like move a bit more faster through these.
Okay, okay.
Just for me personally, Britt Baker.
Yep, she was definitely on my list as well.
Uh, like just like Jade, like for as short amount of a time as she has been a wrestler, which is only a few years, I think. Like
Yeah, she hasn't been a wrestler for very long.
the 3 years in AEW, or wait, no, on 4. You're going on 4 years now
Yeah,
in
going on for.
AEW. Yeah, like October, it'll be 4 years. Um,
Yeah,
the 3 almost 4 years in AEW, like she was there in WWE for NXT for like maybe a year, like as like, but not like as a feature talent. Like
was
she
she
was
in
more like
NXT for about a year? I
maybe
don't.
like I
I
mean
don't think
like
she
maybe
was there
like
for a
I'm
year.
saying like maybe like signed with them for maybe a year
Okay, I was like, I don't.
is what I was meaning. Like,
She might have been there for about a year.
but like just like I said, like for just a fairly short amount of time to be know exactly where she needs to be looking, where the camera is at all time, knowing how to sell, what to do. Like I know, like it helps having Adam Cole there.
Yeah,
um, so like having someone as talented as him, like to be able to like constantly work with and train with because of their relationship together.
hmm
Uh, being able to run ideas by him and like to utilize his talent, like his knowledge from all his time out on the indies. She's like she just knows
yeah,
how to be a star.
yeah.
On top of being extremely talented as a wrestler.
Yeah. Um, I think also, since we're talking about AEW people real fast, I'll keep this train going with honorable mentions from people from AEW is concerned. Um, Another one that I think had a very strong outing at the beginning of AEW, who has been kind of overlooked here recently, Hikaru Shida.
Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing in the ring. Matches are so good, but definitely overlooked
I
when
mean,
it
she
comes to
still
AEW
has been the
recently.
longest reigning champion
Yeah, but they never bring it up. They
because
don't.
she's not
They
in
don't
those
bring it up.
programs. She's the current program that I know of her being was with Soraya and Tony.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but yeah, you're right. Like she's absolutely like she's not utilized as much as she was.
Yeah. And then again, with honorable mentions, Tony Storm has to be on there.
She was one that I had as one as well. Um,
Um, yeah, I'm just trying to get through the honorable mentions fast.
then I had
Not splitting off people.
Maki Ito.
Yes. Definite yes. She definitely deserves to be in the honorable mentions as well. Um,
Rosemary.
Rosemary, yes, from Impact.
Yep.
I
Um,
also would go with another person. Going back to WWE real fast. This is another person who I think deserves an honorable mention for being a great wrestler. Um, and that is, of course, Beth Phoenix. I think deserves an honorable mention. Because, I mean, it's the Glamazon.
mhm,
Like,
you're right.
she has really good matches. But I think we have enough for one more honorable
Abs-
mention from you, and then go to our number ones.
Uh,
If you have
I
another
mean,
honorable mention.
I do. And that'd be Ivory.
Good choice. Good choice. Ivory is a
Uh,
really good wrestler.
exactly. Like she's very good. She's a very good wrestler. Very. She made you as a he. She as I remember her mostly as a heel. Like she was very good as a heel to me. Like
Hmm.
I never had like a pure hatred for her, but I did like she did her job extremely well. Like
Yeah.
as a heel. Like I'd never like hated her and wanted her not on my screen. Like
Yeah.
I still enjoyed her matches. But yeah, I'm good with that. That is a like we had a nice long list there on.
On honorable mentions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But since you started us off, you can finish us off with your, or you can go with your
Well, I
number
can
one.
before you do yours.
Yeah, because you started us, so yeah.
Uh, well, my favorite is AJ Lee. Uh,
Yeah, as soon as I was all like, who the fuck is number one who's not active anymore? Like, who could it be? And then I'm all like, wait a second, oh god, it's AJ Lee. God damn it. Like, why did I not figure that one out?
yeah,
Like, I was so
it's
mad at myself.
AJ. It has always been AJ Lee. I I absolutely love her as like as a person, as as a wrestler. Uh, I been a fan of hers from the first time I saw her. Uh, Everything she did, like she did phenomenal character work. She was great as a face. She was great as a heel. She's very talented in the ring. I I just like there. That's all there is to it. Like I don't have much to say, uh, just because like I don't know what I like what there is that like to say that doesn't make sense. Like she knows what or knows how to be. She's very good as a she's a great person. She does a lot of like charity work and stuff like that as out in the real world. Uh, she loves comics. She makes comics,
Yep.
uh, and like just a phenomenal talent. Like she helped. She's literally helped. She if it wasn't for her, Paige's mistake of her finisher would not have worked or looked nearly as good. Like it,
Yeah.
if it wasn't for her, like making sure that Paige in her debut looked like $1,000,000. Like it could have been completely different for her. And the women's revolution, like at that time, like could have been in
Agreed.
a completely different stage had it not
Mm-hmm.
been for her, like being on the forefront of the change in WWE
Mm-hmm.
with with her as a character, like as a wrestler, with who like and everything, like and as selfless as she was, like to do that for an up and coming star, because she she knew like it was better, like it was a good thing for the company, and like especially like with someone like Paige, like that would
Yeah.
help bring about more change, like in WWE for women's wrestling and
And
stuff.
I
Like,
mean, when you look at it from this perspective, is like you have AJ Lee, who was the Divas champion at the time, because that's what it was called. Um, who else who was wrestling at that time would have done that for Paige as the champion?
probably not one of them. Like it probably would have been like it probably would have been a long road for her to get to the title if
Yeah,
she did. If it
exactly.
wasn't for that, like
Yeah. So I definitely agree with your number one being your number one, just solely based off of like who she is as a person. But then she also, like, as we've stated or you've stated, and I'm going to like agree with you, her in-ring work amazing, storytelling amazing, selling amazing. Whether she was face or heel, you loved her to see her on the
you
screen.
you believed everything she did.
Yeah, she was very convincing. Um, just absolutely wonderful. I was really upset when she left WWE. I would love to get into the new WoW just because she's on commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think she would do very well on
Oh, I
commentary.
know she would.
And,
Like
like,
like knowing like what I already know of her, like from seeing her
yeah.
wrestling in WWE, like absolutely, I'm sure she's phenomenal.
Alright. Anything else you would like to add before we head over to my
I
number
think
one?
yeah, I'm ready for your number one, man.
Okay. You should already know who it is. Just being honest. Before I say who it is, though, because I want to leave the viewers in suspense.
Yeah, gotta build
Um,
that tension.
we'll just talk about like some of her accolades real fast to see if anybody can guess. We got talking about the women's revolution while Paige and AJ Lee was the start of it. This my number one pick is somebody who I believe helped drive it even further down the path that it has gone. Um, she's been in the first Iron Man woman match. She was in the. I'm pretty sure she was in the first steel cage match or something like that, and I think she was in the first one to like main event a pay per view. Um, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure she was. Right?
Um, on main event, no. Pretty sure that was like
Oh, that
on
was
the main
Sasha
roster.
and Charlotte.
Yeah,
That's right. Well, for NXT at least, she
yeah,
was the first one to main event, right?
yeah,
Yeah. Anyways, you mentioned this person back when we
yeah.
were talking about matches and stuff. Um,
We have indeed
of
mentioned
course,
her.
my number one is Bailey. Um, like when she first started, I loved her as a face. When she was face, like she was that face where you could never see going heel.
Hmm.
And when she went heel, I was just all like, oh no. I don't know how this is going to go because I can't see her as a heel.
Yeah.
And she has taken her heel persona and just ran with it and has done absolutely amazing, I think. She is totally convincing as a heel. I think she does really great. Work in the ring, she's great on the mic. She sells really good. And like she has been, even if she wasn't the first in some stuff, she still helped drive the women's evolution even
She helped.
more.
Yeah, like she was definitely a big part of it that kept pushing it forward.
Yeah. So I think like, and again, a lot of people will be like, some of our list deals with like how attracted we are to them because we're men. It's dumb. But my list,
We're straight men.
I'm trying to make my list not based off of that because I want it to be about like,
Absolutely.
do I truly enjoy watching them wrestle? And I could watch Bailey's matches all day, every day.
I
Just
could
like I could
literally
watch Alexa Bliss's matches all the time.
I could watch any of my top fives.
Yeah,
In 90% of the honorable mentions, even like I could
yeah,
watch most of their matches.
yeah. But yeah, so my number one, Bailey. So now, I think before we move over to the men's wrestling, Mikey,
Yeah,
I think it is time for another smoke sesh. What do you say?
I am down. Uh,
All right,
I will have my mic flipped up, so just tell me when.
all right. I hope you're ready, cause I'm going in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's right.
Uh, yeah, yeah, man. Based off of like the women's, like I feel like we're also gonna have a very long list of honorable mentions.
We are. So I think what we're going to do with this one, because of that, is when we get to the honorable mentions, instead of going back and forth, let's just quickly name them off.
Yeah,
And we don't even have to go in like to detail about them.
yeah.
We'll just go into detail about our 5. I think that
Like
would work.
if you feel like you feel like talking about like a little bit about someone, like
Yeah, a little bit's
absolutely,
fine. Yeah, but like not as like as in depth
yeah.
as we have been going.
Yeah. Well,
um,
I mean, like in the matches, like we only had like a couple, like two,
yeah,
maybe three each.
yeah,
Like so, like that was that. Like,
yeah.
but yeah, like with the women's one, it was just like bam, 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 bam,
Yeah,
bam.
there was a lot, and I know there's going to be a lot here because like
Yeah,
there's yeah,
there's so
but
many.
okay, so I'm gonna go first,
Sounds
with
good to me.
the men's top 5 favorite wrestlers of all time. This is from like any wrestler, anytime, any promotion. My number 5. It's really hard to choose who my number 5 is going to be. Okay, I have my number 5. I'm good.
All right.
My number 5 is from AEW. He was a former TNT champion. He puts on great matches. He is a pillar of AEW.
I know. I think I know who it is already.
The one and only Darby Allin.
Yep, that's what I thought.
I absolutely love Darby Allin. Um, his matches, he reminds me a lot of Jeff Hardy.
He does, and so much more, and so
And
much
so
worse.
much more. Yeah. He's when I say that, I don't mean like, I mean like does the high crazy
Absolutely,
stunts, like that
yeah,
kind of thing, like
yeah. No, like not like a terrible. Like he's not a bad
yeah.
wrestler in any way, shape, or form. Don't take me like saying like that and much worse. That is not what I mean. Like he's so immensely talented. It was definitely like talking about the stunts he is willing to perform. That
Yeah.
I was like talking about like
And
so
then
much worse.
like
Because Jeff Hardy is crazy. He
yeah,
will do
yeah.
some ridiculous stunts.
Yeah.
Nothing like what Darby Allin would do, though. I feel.
Yeah. And but the thing is like when I was saying about how he's like Jeff Hardy, I was going to say but unlike Jeff Hardy, he Darby Allin doesn't really drink or anything like that. So like you don't have to worry about him not making a show because he's in jail or like going to rehab or like all this crazy stuff that Jeff did. Which not
Mhm.
saying anything bad about Jeff because Jeff is a great wrestler, but he has his demons,
Yeah.
and Darby Allin has his demons, which yeah, but he's still a really good wrestler. He does his finisher is basically just the trust fall.
100%. It is. It is 100% team building 101.
um, and it has a great name. I love it as the coffin drop.
Yeah.
But yeah, Darby Allin is my number 5. Mikey.
Um. Okay. So number 5 for me. I. I mean, I kind of have to go with Miro.
Good choice. Good choice. I like Miro. Miro is really good.
While he's not been on TV a whole lot, when he has, he he feels like a presence. Like he's very intense. He's very believable. He's very impactful. He's very charismatic. I love his story of him fighting with God. I want him back on TV so I can see where that leads.
Right? I'm very curious onto where that
Uh,
was leading to also.
I I literally cannot state like how much like Miro like I liked Rusev.
I
I
did too.
thought like and like yeah I became more of a fan with like Rusev Day and stuff.
Yeah.
But like I did still like him. Like he was still very talented. I did like because by this time like I've already been a big enough fan where like I've been studying and focusing like and trying to figure out like everything I can like and I already liked him. Um,
Yeah.
but as like when he left in WWE as Rusev and became Miro, it became so much more.
Yeah.
Like he shows like when he's been on TV, like as a TNT champion as well. Um, no matter what, like he's always a legitimate threat, and you can believe him in any title picture,
Yep.
no matter what. Like you believe he belongs there.
Yep.
Um,
Very agreed.
and yeah, that's really all there is. Like I need to see more Miro on my TV. Uh, because I want to see him. I want to see him do what Vince did and fight with God. But I want to see how he does it, though.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
see how he redeems God.
Yeah.
Plus, I
Oh.
still listen to his theme song, "The Best Man," on my
Oh
radio
yeah.
Spotify.
Oh yeah. It's a
I
great.
still have it on there because I love The Best Man. I loved it when he was the Best Man.
Yeah. Yeah. The Best Man was great. I loved it. Um. Okay. So also, before I get to my number 4, there is something that I would like to throw in on the whole talk about your number 5 with Miro. I agree that he definitely deserves to be on somebody's list, if not only just for the fact that I think he's the only man who can say that he had sex with his wife inside of a tank
A
at
tank.
WrestleMania.
He is the only man who can say he had sex with his wife in a tank at WrestleMania. 100% the only man. He's one of only 2 people in the world that can
Yeah,
say they had sex inside a tank at WrestleMania.
yeah,
And that's because the other person is his wife.
yeah. Like, I think that alone should get you into at least 5 out of 10 top 5 lists, at least.
And then right after that, he fought John Cena for the
Who he
U.S.
couldn't
title.
see. Like,
He fought an invisible man
yeah,
post-coitus
yeah,
in a tank at
Yeah.
WrestleMania.
yeah,
In an open-air stadium with the sun beating down on him, lights beating down on him.
yeah.
But
Okay, so my number 4, and again, this is really really hard. This is so many great wrestlers who deserve to be on this list.
I'm not gonna lie to you, folks. With how all of our lists have been very WWE heavy, my list is about to become extremely AEW heavy. Spoilers.
Okay, so again, like, I know I've said this is hard, but like me and Mikey, we had some time before we started this podcast to talk about like what we were going to do with this first podcast.
Mhm.
And we'd mentioned about talking about our top 5 favorite wrestlers of all time. This was like 2 hours before we started this. We are now into this podcast an hour, or going on
Yeah,
2.5 hours, okay?
I've just finished building my top 5.
I'm still working on it. And I've started it 4.5 hours ago. And I'm still trying to figure out where I want certain people and who
Yeah,
I
see,
want on this list.
I have my next 2 are the ones where I'm having trouble deciding who's 4 and who's 3.
See, I have my number 1 and I have my number 2. It's
Absolutely
my 3 and my 4 that
I know.
it's
Like,
not even
mine's-
like I don't know, like I have 2 people and I'm like, do I put them at number 3 or number 4? It's I have multiple people who could go in spots 3 or 4. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't know, and I have to make a choice. So my number 4 is going to be, and I know that this person is on your list, and I'm sorry,
No, dude.
but even if he is, I don't want you to say anything.
Okay.
But I know, like, I'm positive he's on your list. But we'll find out. But my number 4 is Chris Jericho.
Solid
Like,
top 5 worthy superstar, wrestler,
yeah,
musician.
is Chris Jericho. Because again, like we stated with the matches, like, he is so good. It doesn't matter if he's a face or a heel. He
He can do it all.
knows how to
He
work
can
that
wrestle
mic.
technical. He can wrestle high flying.
Yeah,
He's when it's come to like people like Rey Mysterio and stuff. He's even done Powerhouse. Like he
Yeah.
can do whatever. Because he's
Yeah.
not like, he's not the biggest dude compared to like 90% of the rest of WWE that he was in at the time.
yeah,
Like he wasn't the biggest dude, but he's not a small dude.
no. And he is so good in the ring. Every single match he has is entertaining. Even like his weaker matches are still entertaining because he is so good. And he's a singer. and an actor and an author, and he has his own podcast. Like, this dude, like,
He can do it
does
all.
he does it all, and he's super nice in person. He's humble. Like, just, I cannot say enough good things about Chris Jericho. Like,
Yeah,
love him to death. He is definitely my number 4. Yeah.
yeah. I feel you. So for me, my number 4, I am going to officially state it out of my two that I was debating between. It's going to be Macho Man Randy Savage.
Okay.
Uh, I love Macho Man. I've always loved Macho Man. Um, ever since the first time I saw him, I was a Macho Maniac.
Fair.
Was I a
That's
fan
fair.
of Hulk Hogan? Do
Uh,
what?
what?
You.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What?
Uh, I thought you said something, but
No,
yeah.
no. I said that when you said you were a fan since you
Yeah.
first saw him. I was like, that's fair.
Uh, he's not like the first wrestler that I became a fan of. Honestly, like as much as I love the first wrestler like I ever saw, like in a match, um, he isn't on my list. He is one of like the very top of my honorable mentions though. But Macho Man, like the moment I saw him, like, and I first started going to the library here in town where I live as a kid, like, and started getting WrestleManias or whatever pay-per-views like they had on VHS at the time. Like, ever since the first time I saw him on WrestleMania 3, like Macho Man like had me sold. Like, amazing on the mic, like captivates you, like draws you in. Like, such a huge personality. Like everyone talks about the Steamboat Macho Man match. Like they had like literally like everyone loves it. Like it's a reason why, like I said, like it's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but like I loved him then. Then I like WCW. Like of course I loved like the Slim Jim commercials. Watching as a kid, like
Yeah.
entertained the shit out of me.
Those Slim Jim commercials are iconic, man.
Just like it's just the charisma Macho Man had, and then of course like who can forget Macho Man versus Spider Man?
Yep. Yep.
I
It
got you
was
for
in
3 minutes. Yeah,
the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire.
yeah. You ain't going nowhere. Like it.
Oh
I love the
no.
Macho Man. Like, but like yeah, he has to be like in the top 5 for me. Like,
Yeah. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. I will admit I don't have anybody from that time era in my top 5 at all.
that's fair.
But you were getting
There are
ready to
definitely
say?
others that I would like as a person who loves technical wrestling, there are definitely people that I would like rate higher as a technical wrestler and a person I love watching like their matches. Like for like my personal like match watching pleasure. But like Macho Man, like I still loved every Macho Man match I ever saw.
Right, right.
I never had like disliked a Macho Man match.
Gotcha.
And
All right.
everyone does that. Everyone that does a flying elbow, like for off the top rope or off a or when you're jumping on wrestling on a trampoline, did it Macho Man style. You always did
Oh yeah.
the double point to the heaven.
All right. So before we go on to uh,
Number 3.
number 3, I think now would be a great time to take like a 5-minute break to use the restroom really quick. if you need to go, and then restart the
Sure.
conversation. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and mute. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes to continue. Thank you guys for being here. We do appreciate it, and we will be back with the second
Absolutely.
half of the podcast here in just a few minutes. Alright, I am back. I do not know if Mikey has made it back yet, but I'm back from the short break. While Mikey is gone,
Back.
oh, he's back. Never mind.
Sorry, I had to go grab a drink.
No, you're good. I was
So
just
not
getting ready.
sponsored, but we would gladly be sponsored. Mountain Dew.
Yes, definitely
Please,
be happy to be
please, Mountain Dew.
sponsored. We will do all of the adding for you guys, cause
All we're asking for is just to make sure we have enough to drink.
yeah, that's it. We just want to be able to, and,
Just
and and give me your hot sauce too, please. I want your Baja Blast hot sauce.
Also, I would greatly appreciate being able to get some more of those the alcoholic.
Oh yeah, that would be nice to
Um,
try
I
too.
would like those. I would like to get some of those, preferably nationwide.
Yes, yes, that would be great. But before we get on with this, I did say, I just remembered that I said in between the men's and the women's, I was going to make an announcement, and then I never did. Um,
Nope, you did not.
so, as we mentioned earlier, me and Mikey have not come up with a name for our podcast yet, an official name. Um, so
No,
we
we are
wanted,
terrible at these things.
yes, so we wanted to give you guys, the audience, a chance to help come up with the name for the podcast. Um, while we're streaming, if you come up with a name, you can type it in the chat and we'll jot it down with the name of the person who said it. And then if you're like watching this on demand, you can private message me on here with an idea for a name. And if we choose a name that you suggested, you will have the opportunity to be a guest on the podcast
Yeah.
1 week. The only qualifications is you do have to be following and subscribed to me to win, to be on the podcast. But
Yeah, and then we'll add you on like our
yeah,
friends list on the PlayStation Network, so you can join us.
yes. So there is an opportunity to have a chance to be on the podcast if you help, if the name for the podcast you choose gets picked. Yeah. Anyways, I just
I'm
fucked that all up
I'm
on my
so
English.
sorry. No, I mean, if you even help, like if your name doesn't get chosen, but it helps lead to us to getting the name, I'm even willing to like let you
Yeah,
join just for that. Like, cause like
yeah,
if it wouldn't have been for you, like we wouldn't have the name.
exactly. So yeah, that was the announcement. Um, so now that we're both back and that is taken care of, we can get back to our regularly scheduled program here. Um,
Yeah, remember, like it doesn't have to necessarily be wrestling related. Like
yeah, it doesn't have to
while
be.
we are, well, like the main thing like we are talking about today like is wrestling. Like that's not the main only thing. Like
Yeah,
it, it can be anything that we talk about.
yeah. Like I'm pretty sure here in a couple of weeks, there will be a podcast where I will be freaking out talking about the new Scream movie. Just a forewarning, that will be talked about.
He will be losing his shit.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Anyways, uh, going on to my number 3 for the men, my favorite top 5 favorite men wrestlers of all time. Again, as stated, this has been a very, very difficult list to put together. But this third spot, I have picked a wrestler who I think is very deserving to be on any top 5 list. Um, he is somebody who has never worked for WWE before. Um, Again, just like Mikey's, there's quite a few AEW people on my list as well. This one being Kenny Omega.
I'm really glad he's on your list because like he was definitely an honorable mention of mine. That I really, really was contemplating like on whether or not whether or not like I was gonna try to force someone else out
Yeah.
to be in my top 5. He's so good.
I will tell you, it was tied between him and one other person, and I decided to put this other person into my honorable mentions. And when I say his name, I'll say my person who was replaced by Kenny Omega, because I was like, Kenny Omega deserves to be on this list.
I'm like I said, I'm really glad he made it on your list. Like, because like I really didn't like. I didn't want him to not be in my top 5, but
Yeah.
like the ones I had, like I was like, I kind of gotta stick with these.
Yeah. Like my next two, like I could not change my next two at all.
Yeah, like I couldn't kick Macho Man out
Yeah.
for Kenny Omega.
But
Like,
let's talk about
he's
Kenny Omega for a second.
yeah, he's literally in my favorite match.
Yeah. He is, I think, one of the biggest stars to come out of New Japan.
He's one of the best, the absolute pinnacle of in-ring competitors of wrestlers.
There's only a select few who I think compare to him.
Yeah.
And one of those people he just had a match with, which is the one that we were talking about earlier, is arguably the best match that's ever happened. But we can't name it that because we haven't seen it yet. but Will Ospreay is definitely like in the running for being just as good as Kenny
Oh,
Omega in the
yeah.
ring.
He's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. But Kenny Omega, man, like his matches are always exciting, has you on your edge of your seat from beginning to end, no matter who he's wrestling.
It's always a big fight feel.
Every time. He sells amazing, his moves are amazing, everything he does is just spot on perfection. It's just, he is great. And I hate putting him at number 3, but there's a reason why I have my other two higher.
Yeah, I literally like I understand completely. Like with mine, I feel like my 1 through 3. I feel like you would understand why he wouldn't make it on there.
Yeah,
Like the Macho Man one, like it's because like of how big of a legend he is, and like how much like of him I actually did get to watch because of like my local library.
right,
Like that I got to get even more familiar with him.
right. Alright,
But absolutely, Kenny Omega, like like I said, like I could not be happier that he at least made it onto your list, and since I couldn't put him on mine.
yeah. Alright, so we are on to your number 4?
No, my number 3, because
Your
you
number
just did your
3.
number 3.
Yeah, that's right.
My number 3 is Eddie Guerrero.
Okay, that very good choice. He was in my honorable mentions.
I mean, like, both our number 3s were in our honorable mentions at least. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, name a bad Eddie Guerrero match, you can't.
that's very true.
You literally physically cannot come up with a bad Eddie Guerrero match. He like Ric Flair literally told everyone, I am going to lie, I am going to cheat, and I am going to steal, and I am going to win because of it, and everyone loved him.
Yep. I mean, there's
He is
people,
Dominic Mysterio's real father. I will
there's
never forget that.
there's people who still doing his moves to this day to honor him. How
Exactly.
often, like, how many other wrestlers do they honor as much as they honor him?
He literally like has so many people doing the Three Amigos.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like I said, like there's nothing. There's like if there's anyone that I don't need to say deserves to be on a top 5 list for anyone, if he's not your favorite wrestler, it's Eddie Guerrero. Like 100%. Like I have I have one wrestler that like I cannot put it on my list. Like he was my favorite wrestler, but because of what he did, I can't. Like
yeah,
I can't condone what happened.
yep,
Like no matter how much like a fan of his I was.
yep,
And Eddie Guerrero directly like is involved like like they're intrinsically involved as those two. Like it's one of my favorite matches that I didn't even or like they have like or like one of my favorite WrestleMania moments involves Eddie Guerrero and him. But like I can't like I can't as much as I enjoy what he did, like I can't put him on my list. Eddie Guerrero, I can put him on my list without even thinking about it.
yeah,
It was literally just, do I put him at 3 or 4, and do I put Macho Man at 3 or 4? That's literally all
right,
my decision was. It was who do I put where, and it's because you can't have a bad Eddie Guerrero match, and Eddie Guerrero will get you invested in whatever match or whatever segment he is in.
yep,
That's the only reason he became my number 3 and not my number 4.
yeah. very good choice. Definitely one, like you were saying with Kenny Omega, like you're really happy that he was on your list because he definitely deserves to be on that list.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, like you were saying, like every match he did was good. He's never had a bad match. Um, but yeah. Alright, so my number two, again, this one I had issues with because, like, I could easily put him at number one and then put number one at number two. Like, these guys are so evenly matched for me, honestly. But I had to make a choice, and I only went with the direction that I went in with because I was like, you know what? I think the person who has been in the business longer
Hmm.
deserved to go at the number one spot just
Hmm.
because, he's been here longer. So that's the only reason why my number two is who my number two is.
Yeah.
But my number two is Adam Cole.
He was definitely close to being on my list. I'm not gonna lie. Just like Kenny, He's another one that definitely was a honorable mention. Like literally, like it was me debating like, can I put him on my list? Can I put Kenny on my list? I can't because the ones I have like make too much sense to me. Like
Yeah,
my number one has not changed for years.
yeah. But yeah, Adam Cole is my number two. Just like you were saying with Eddie Guerrero, like, he doesn't know how to have a bad match.
Yeah,
Like, every match
I've
of
never seen.
his is so good. And, like, I know usually when people make these lists, they're supposed to stick with, like, their wrestling and how they are in the ring and stuff like that. But I also look at, like, what they're like outside of the ring, too. And Adam Cole is just, like, genuinely the nicest person I've ever met in my entire life. Like, just 5 minutes in a stream of his on Twitch, and you will immediately fall in love with the dude. Like, he
Yeah,
is so humble, so down to earth, so nice,
yeah. Like
and
everyone that like I've ever heard that's ever interacted with him has said the exact same thing. Like he is the most kind person
yeah,
there is.
yeah. So, like, I had to put him on my list at number two, at least,
Yeah,
just because of that. Like, he's such a good wrestler and storyteller and everything, and yeah, I just wish the best for him, man. Like, he's awesome. He's my number two. So, yeah.
oh yeah, no, like you're right. Like I said, like I've not heard a bad thing about him ever.
Yeah.
Outside of someone like Jim Cornette, just because he doesn't like the style of wrestling they do.
Well, Jim Cornette, I have, yeah. We're not going to
Yeah.
get into it. Who's your number two,
Yeah.
Mikey?
My number two is Brian Danielson.
Okay. He was
Uh,
also one I wanted to put on my list, but I
yeah,
was
no,
like,
I know because like we both pretty much know who's like number one is who's like.
oh, you think you know my number one?
I'm I am pretty positive. I'm
Okay.
not gonna say like if you tell me different, I'll admit like I was wrong. But I'm pretty sure I know who it is. Um, but yeah, like I mean, I literally talked about his match. Like it was in his match at Mania is literally one of my top was in one of my top five like of like the more modern era. Like he's extremely talented as a professional wrestler. Got that knowledge of what works. He
Yep.
knows how to get the fans. He can be a face, he can be a heel, he can do whatever, and the fans, like, they will fall in his lap, like, with however he wants them to feel in the moment. He can
Right.
change them, like, their perspective on him mid promo.
Yeah.
And he's one of those few people that can do it. To where, like, he can have you eating out of the palm of his hand in 1 second and despising him in the next.
Yeah.
Let alone the immense talent he has as an in-ring competitor. Seems to be a super nice guy from everything I've seen.
Yeah.
I never have watched Total Divas or Total Bellas, but you have. You've
Yep.
seen more of him than I have.
Yep.
But even from that, literally, he's the same person that I've seen on screen is what you've told me.
Yep.
He's just he's an amazing person.
Thank you for following Hammerhead
Professional
FT.
wrestler. I can't, like, it.
Sorry to cut you off real fast, Mikey. Thank you for the follow, Hammerhead. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, and I hope you stick around
Yes,
and
please.
enjoy the rest of the podcast.
Yeah, thanks, man. Or lady, whichever. Appreciate you coming and joining. But yeah, I mean, I can't talk bad about Bryan Danielson. Like,
Oh no, you'd be stupid too.
There's nothing like to be said. Like, he's like it's that I didn't say earlier when talking about his match.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's who my number 2 is. Are we ready to start the rapid fire of our probably very long list of honorable mentions?
Yes. Yes. So just going really, really quick. Hangman Adam Page, Sammy Guevara, Samoa Joe, Finn Balor, AJ Styles, which was the one that I was going to put at number 3, but had to take him out for Kenny Omega. CM Punk is one of my honorable mentions. I think Christian deserves to be an honorable mention.
Yes.
Undertaker definitely deserves to be an honorable mention. Stone Cold, The Rock, like obvious choices there. John Cena, Roman Reigns.
Yeah, for me, mine were I had Goldberg on there because
Goldberg,
he was
yeah.
one of my favorites as a kid. Like later on, like, I can disagree with, like, some of the things involving him, but that doesn't change. Like, as a kid, he was always one of my favorites, and I literally got his tribal tattoo on both my shoulders.
Yeah.
So I can't say I'm not a fan of his.
Yeah.
Sting is the one that
Sting.
was the first person I ever saw in a wrestling match.
Okay.
When I found WCW. I mean, you named a bunch of them that I was going to bring up. Shawn Michaels absolutely is one that you could obviously talk about. Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, like
Triple H.
Triple H is absolutely.
Yeah.
So many. Like,
oh yeah.
It's a who's who, like, that you
Yeah.
can name.
Oh
In
yeah.
honorable mentions.
Seth Rollins could be on there. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn's. Like,
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
so many people who deserve to be on this list.
Absolutely. But yeah, like, I feel like that's a pretty good list for our honorable mentions.
I agree. I agree. Um,
And you are the first to tell us your number one.
my number one, which Mikey thinks
Yeah,
that he knows,
I do. I'm
which
pretty positive.
I am going to
And I
say.
am back.
Welcome back, Voodoo.
Welcome back,
You're
Voodoo.
just about to hear our number my. You're about to hear my favorite wrestler of all time, and then you're about to hear Mikey's favorite
Fine.
wrestler of all time.
Absolutely.
Um, but Mikey, do you want to say it together on the count of three?
Sure,
Would
man.
that make you happy?
Sure.
All right.
I'm willing to
So
see how right or wrong I am.
we're gonna go 1, 2, 3,
And
go,
then
and
say,
after I
yeah,
say go, we say the
got
wrestler's
it.
name. Okay. In 1, 2, 3, go. Edge.
Edge.
Yeah. You're right. It's Edge.
Yeah,
Um.
I know.
I
Like,
may or may not have made it known more than once
yeah, that's
that
why I was like, I'm like as many nines as you can throw in the percentage.
yeah, Edge
That
is my
sure,
favorite
and it, like
wrestler.
the only reason it wasn't 100% is I was like, he might try to throw me for a loop. He might have one that he's had like hidden tucked in underneath that I've never realized.
I was
But
really
I was like,
debating
I
at
was like,
putting Adam Cole at number one just because of the whole Twitch thing, but I was like, but come on, it's Edge. Like, you can't
it's
do that to
always
the
been Edge.
guy. Like, you can't do that to
Like,
the poor guy.
yeah, for you, it's always been Edge. Like, I know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, he's the very first wrestler that I became a fan of. I've loved him ever since he was with Gangrel and part of the Brood, drinking the blood and doing the blood baths. Like, I've loved
so
him.
cool.
Doesn't matter if he's heel or a face, I will always cheer for him. Uh, I mean, the way he won his first title was just absolutely fantastic. You know, waiting till John Cena got done in an Elimination Chamber match, and then coming out and cashing in at New
Yeah,
Year's Revolution to win his first title, making him like, what he is today, known as the what is it? Oh, what did they call
Do
him
you
when he
like
did
energy
that?
drinks but hate the crash at the end? Then try Dubby Energy
with
Drinks.
the
Go to
there was the Radar
dubby.gg and use promo
Superstar.
code GaryRide2022 and
There's names.
Didn't he also go? He wasn't the Ultimate Opportunist. That was Seth Rollins.
Yes, he was. Or no, yeah. Wait, no, he might have been the ultimate opportunist too, because Seth was the architect. He was the ultimate opportunist.
Okay, yeah. Because of the thing that he did with John Cena after the Elimination Chamber match. And then,
Yeah,
like, you get this career-threatening injury that sidelines you from
for so
wrestling
long.
for 9 years. And you have surgeries and build your neck back up to come back and continue doing what you love again.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Come on. How can you not put him at number one?
Uh, well, I can't, because I have a different number one.
Yeah, I know you do.
um, but it's like I know he's not the same person that he was. Like he was. Like I still like I always have it like because I've always been a huge Matt Hardy fan. Like their issue and Lita, like with
Yeah.
that whole situation, like that's the whole reason I can't.
Yeah, I know.
But like, I understand. He's not the same person. He's grown. He's changed.
Yeah.
Like, they seem to have gotten through it and everything. It's just,
I will admit
I
what
was
happened was
never
shitty.
more of a fan of his. Like, I was more like out of the Brood. I was a fan of Gangrel. Out of Edge
Yeah.
and Christian, I liked them as a tag team. I didn't ever like. I was never a huge fan of his.
On his own.
Like, I was more like later on, like during the whole rated R stuff. Like, I was kind of there, but it was more to do with the people he was wrestling, like with like the fact that it was Mick Foley and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't that like anything else. It was just like I said, like because I was such a huge Matt Hardy fan.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The whole situation, like, because I was always a Hardy Boys fan. I was
Yeah.
never a huge Edge and Christian fan. It was the Hardys and the Dudleys for me out of their three-way rivalry.
See, for me, it was Edge and Christian, then the Hardys.
Yeah, I was Hardys and Dudleys. Hardys just because of the high flying, and Matt being more technical, and Dudleys because of the extreme.
Yeah.
Because they will powerbomb an old woman through a table if they have to.
Yeah. And if they say no, she calls them the P word. So, you know, it works out for them, I guess. But, anyways, let's hear your number one.
I mean, I've talked about him a lot. You've already named him. That you figured he would be on my list somewhere.
Yeah.
It's only right that he is my number one because he's been my number one for years and years and years because of, like we talked about earlier, he can literally do it all.
Yep.
It's Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
We've talked about him endlessly. He's my absolute favorite wrestler of all time. I enjoy everything he does. He's been a part of my favorite segments. He had arguably one of the best debuts ever.
Yep.
When he came to WWE, like period, like out of any company that I have seen, like it's up there.
Yeah.
We've talked endlessly about him throughout this whole show.
Yep.
From matches, from the first matches we talked about through every single match we talked about, I feel like everything we talked about, he's been a part of the list everywhere. I feel like, in some way, shape, or form, he's been a part of just about everything this whole podcast.
Yep.
He's my favorite of all time. When he retires, he will be a Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Period. Like there is no debate.
Oh, definitely not. No debate whatsoever. Honestly, I'm really surprised he hasn't been inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame yet, which I know it's only because of AEW. Yeah. But I don't think that should be the reason why he's not in it. I think that they should just say fuck it and put him in anyways, because like he definitely deserves it. Like,
I feel like he wouldn't want to do it until he's actually finished wrestling.
I agree. Also, I don't think he would do it until he was actually done, because who's to say that before he does retire, he doesn't want to come back to WWE for one last run real fast.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I don't think anybody would be all like, no, don't do that. I think everybody would be all like, well, yeah, totally do that, because, like, one last run in WWE would be awesome.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't, and he stays with AEW until he retires, like, even then, like...
Doesn't matter. Like, he's still got a Hall of Fame-worthy career.
Yeah.
He's been a part of all the major companies that have been in North America. ECW, WCW, WWE, AEW. Like, he wrestled in New Japan. He's not been a part of Impact. ROH now.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
like he wrestled in Mexico. He
Yep.
wrestled it. Obviously, being from Canada, he wrestled all over Canada.
Yep.
He wrestled in Germany. Like he's wrestled everywhere.
Yeah.
He's wrestled everyone.
Yep. Okay.
He's literally the best. I accept. I will argue against Edge for Chris Jericho because it's Chris goddamn Jericho. I've been a Jerichoholic for decades.
Yeah. It's really easy to see why. Like, he's really good. Um, but that brings us to the end of our favorite wrestlers. And this next part of this podcast is going to be lengthy as well as this last part has been, because there's 40 wrestlers we're about to go through. I'm getting ready to leave
Jeeps.
my stream, so I'm not going to be able to see the comments. So, Mikey, you're going to be in charge of keeping up on comments and stuff
I
like that, if possible.
I am here.
Okay.
I am here, chat.
Alright. So, Mikey, that is going to be your job while I
I,
get
like you
set
guys,
up.
am looking at the screen, watching American Alpha, or or Alpha Academy take on Arcade Bro.
Yes, that is happening on the screen. Um, Man, I've been watching it while we've been talking,
Same.
and it's been really hard not to comment on some of the stuff that's happened.
Yeah.
Like, some of the things I've been wanting to be all like, oh man, like, I really thought this person was going to win. Like, this was a
Wait.
great
Oh,
match.
wow. I'm surprised it didn't end right there.
Yeah.
Wait, so weren't he the one
Okay.
playing this whole time?
No, no, I'm not playing at all. We're just
No,
watching it play in the
yeah,
background while we talk.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. No, he's just got it. Like it's just computers playing, so that way, like we're not distracted
Oh.
as much. Only slightly distracted.
only slightly distracted. Every now and then I have to push buttons to get to the next match.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a wrestler's name,
Okay.
and you are going to tell me what rating you think they got.
Okay.
I'm not going to give
Yeah.
you any hints. It's
Oh
just
man.
what you think. And then I'm going to tell you what their rating actually is. And we're going to discuss on if we agree with their rating or not, or if we believe that they got screwed.
Okay. Well, I'm already going to tell you. I think somebody got screwed. Um. Because I know that Dakota Kai is not 100. So they're wrong. They need to adjust the game for proper balance. She's supposed to be at 100. 2K games, you need to fix your stuff. Yeah.
It's really funny because that's almost word for word what she said and Bailey said when they gave her what her actual score was, and they were all three of them were just all like, no, that's wrong.
Yeah. See,
But
I haven't watched that because, like I said earlier, I don't watch up, down, down.
right,
Um,
I do. I watch it religiously,
not that
but
not that I don't enjoy the people involved. I just never get on there.
yeah.
I watch other things and then I forget that it's a thing I want to watch until I'm like, oh, I'm going to sleep though.
Right.
So I put something
Corgo
that I've
1.
seen before.
Voodoo Sandwich just cheered 1 bits.
Thank you for the
Thank
cheer,
you.
Voodoo. We greatly appreciate it. So the first area is the men's.
Okay.
and then we'll go through the women's. So your first person on this list is AJ Styles.
He's going to be. I'm going to say he's probably a 93.
You have AJ Styles at 93. AJ Styles is an 89.
Oh, that. I kind of like. I was honestly thinking 91 or 93. I would have accepted 91 above 90. Like 90 or above at least is where I
Yeah,
think he should be.
yeah,
89, like I know it's just a point. Versus where like I think he should be like at the bare minimum, but I do
yeah,
disagree with
yeah.
that.
I agree. I think he got shafted. I think he should have been at least a 90, a minimum of a 90. The next one is Angelo Dawkins.
I'm gonna say he's probably more around like an 85, maybe 87, but I'm gonna stick with 85 as my actual number.
He is the same as last year. He is an 80.
I did not know. I was just making a guess based on based on their tag team.
Yeah, no. He is an 80. The next one is Austin Theory.
Oh man. Um. Well, let's see. If Dawkins is an 80, and he's part of a tag team, so they probably rate him lower than what they would do a single star. I'm going to say he might be like an 83.
You're very close. He's an 82. Which I think that's about right for Austin Theory, honestly.
Yeah,
I think 82 is about right for him.
yeah, they've got
Um,
to build his character a bit.
yeah. The next person on this list is Big E.
Okay, well he's been a world champion and
Hmm.
a multiple time tag team champion and an intercontinental champion.
Yep. But let me tell you what they base their ratings off of. They
Awesome.
only base it off of the year. So
Yeah,
from like
I know.
whenever WWE 2K22 came out up
Yeah, and that's when
until
he became world champion. But let's see when like it was just like it's not been it's been since the 2K22 came out, hasn't it?
no,
Or oh no, it was when 2K22 came out. Like
it was before.
um, he's been out most of the year,
Hmm.
so that's unfortunate. So I mean, I was thinking like 85, but I'm gonna say 85. I'm worried. I'm sure, unfortunately, like it might be lower because of him being out so long, but I really hope that it doesn't hit him as hard.
So you're going with 85?
Yeah,
Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you are having a good time.
hoping that with all his accolades, that does add something at least.
His accolades did add to it because 2K 88.
Nice.
Bobby Lashley.
Oh, Bobby Lashley's at least in the 90s. There's no way. I'm gonna say like I'm gonna go with 93.
You're very close again. He's a 92. Braun Strowman.
Uh, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 84.
89.
Oh, I mean, it's not surprising, but like,
Yeah.
I'm not against it. Like, it makes sense. Like, it's
Yeah.
just, I was just thinking, like, what all have they had him do?
He
He's
really
been,
hasn't done much.
yeah, like he's just
Yeah.
started working with Ricochet as like a tag partner.
Yeah. Uh, Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar's also in the '90s. Like, he's Brock Lesnar. Like, I keep wanting to like go with like '93 to '95 because like he's Brock Lesnar. I feel like if anyone's there, like it's gotta be him.
Mhm. Mhm. What's your
So I gotta go with '95.
close again? He's 97.
I I mean I did think that, but like at the same time I was like, no, I'm gonna stay lower. But like I did think about it for a second, but I was like, no, I feel like they might be too high. Like they might, I don't know how, but I mean they didn't put Dakota Kai at 100, so they could do anything at this point.
Okay. Anyways, uh, Butch.
77.
81.
Better than I was expecting, honestly.
Same. I think it's a respectable number for him.
Yeah.
Carmelo Hayes.
Well, he's on NXT, so like I feel like he's got to be like high 70s because he's really good. Like he honestly like he's way better than that. Uh, but just because he's in NXT and not on Raw or SmackDown, like that's hitting his numbers is what I'm expecting. Um, so I'm going to go with like kind of going to go with 77 again. Like it just seems close to where he probably would be just because he's in NXT and not on Raw or SmackDown.
Alright, well, I can confirm that Carmelo Hayes is an 82.
That's way higher than I was expecting for someone in NXT.
Yeah, he's an 82. The next one is Chad Gable.
Okay. 80, 81.
77.
Damn.
Cody Rhodes.
Oh, Cody's at least, I want to say, like 94.
91.
I don't disagree with it. I was just expecting higher because it's Cody Rhodes.
I was too, especially after the thing in October. Like, I definitely thought he deserved at least a 92 or 93 just because of that. But, you know, whatever. Damian Priest.
83.
Ooh, you were close again. It's 84. Dexter Loomis.
Oh, probably like 81, 80. I'm going to go with 81.
Oh, you should have went with 80.
I mean, like I said, like hard to
Yeah,
hard
yeah.
to argue. Like I'm just
Dominic Mysterio.
well, Dominic's got. Mean, I'm get 76.
78. Drew McIntyre.
Drew's in the 90s. Let's see. Bobby was 92. Brock was 97.
Mm-hmm.
Seth was. Wait, you did we do Seth already?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
That's not
AJ
even.
was AJ was the one that we did.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, Seth. I don't know why like Seth jumped in my brain. But I was like, wait, did we talk about Seth?
Yeah. Seth's not on here. They didn't do Seth's.
Um, Drew, I'm gonna go with a 94.
91. Elias.
85.
78.
Really?
Yes.
I thought it was that they liked him. That's all it was.
Yeah. Are you ready for your next one?
Yeah.
Ezekiel.
Uh,
You know, Elias's brother.
oh, the same as
In,
what he was.
in 83.
What? But they're the same person.
Yeah, I know. But, anyways, Finn Balor.
I mean, I feel like he's got to be like an 88.
You were close, 87.
I almost said that. Damn it.
I will tell you, this next one, his, overall rating did get changed today.
Mm.
The person in question, his name is Gunther.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think his rating is?
Current or
Uh,
the pre or post change?
we're gonna go with, post change.
84.
He's an 89.
Okay.
He was an 88. But apparently, 88 has strong ties to a certain group from
That his
Germany.
name may or may not have also like
Yes. And when they announced his overall rating, that got brought up a lot. So 2K quickly said that they have changed his rating to an 89 because of it.
Yeah. Understandable.
So your next one is Happy Corbin.
Oh man, that's a really hard one.
Yeah.
He's had so many ups and downs.
Yeah.
82.
You were close. 83.
I mean, he's been on like a downward trend.
Yeah. Jimmy Uso.
86.
89.
See, I was gonna say he's 86, and then Jay, I was gonna say is like 88.
Are you, what do you, okay, so now that you know Jimmy's 89, what do you think Jay
I
is?
want to say 90.
You have
he's
your
main event
first
Jay.
point! You have your first point! Jay Uso is 90! It's the first
Main event
time,
Jay.
it's the first time the Usos are not the same rating as each other.
Yeah, dog. Like I said, main event Jay.
Alright, your next one. Johnny Gargano.
Aw, man. 85.
You were, like, one off all the time.
I'm close, man.
It's 84. Karrion Kross.
Um, he's also feels like a weird one because like
Was gone and just came back.
he was gone. He just came back. He was used bad. He was used
Mm-hmm.
good. Then he was used bad. Then he was released. Now he's back. He kind of was getting used okay, but then like I don't know what they're really doing with him outside of like he's kind of doing something with Ray, but Dom is still dealing with Ray, and I just don't know where he falls in this. So like I kind of want to like I want to say he's in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
just based on that, on him as like how he looks and everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I don't want to rate him very high because like it just doesn't feel like they've been doing like a whole lot with him,
Yep.
where they know
Yep.
where they're going. So I want to say 83.
He's an 86. Kofi Kingston.
Okay. '88.
One off again. He's an 89.
I knew he was going to be close to Jimmy.
Yeah. L.A. Knight.
81.
You have 2 points. He's an 81. Montez Ford.
Okay. Dawkins was 80.
Uh-huh.
Ford is going to be 82.
You have 3 points. He is an 82. Omos.
Omos is going to be a 90.
He's an 82.
Really?
He hasn't really done anything.
Yeah. And as I stated with Carrion, like they've not really been like he's kind of in a rivalry, but like he's not really like he doesn't feel like he's in a rivalry.
But let me ask you a question, okay? And this might explain why Karrion Kross is higher. Karrion Kross beat Drew McIntyre.
True.
Who has Omos beaten?
Didn't he beat AJ or did he lose to AJ?
He lost to AJ.
I mean, mainly my thing. So I've been treating most of like my big guy picks. Also, Braun was higher. That's another one of my things. And what has Braun been doing? Like we talked about earlier.
Good point.
And that was my main thing. I was like, well, Braun's up here, so Omos and him he got beat by Omos. That's who. Or, no,
Braun
he
beat
beat
Omos.
Omos, but like he won.
Yeah.
But like barely.
Yeah. Okay.
So like if he's fighting Braun toe to toe basically like and Braun's not doing shit and he's not really doing shit, I felt more justified in that.
Okay. Otis.
Okay. So wait,
Remember, Chad was a 77.
that's what I was thinking. Otis is the muscle.
Mm-hmm.
So probably 80.
You have 4 points. He is an 80.
I was debating between 79 and 80.
Rey Mysterio. The guy who is currently in the ring on the TV.
I'm gonna go with an 86.
They gave him an 82.
I mean, he's not been winning, right? Really? He's not really been doing much as far as I know. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, he really hasn't been winning because of Karrion Kross or Dominic.
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of makes sense. But anyways, Rick Boogs.
Oh man, I wish I remembered what Rick Boogs was in 22. I'd use that as a baseline.
Honestly, couldn't tell you.
I'm gonna go with 84.
He is a 75.
Okay. I'm not. I don't really know where to gauge that. So.
I don't either. Um,
Because he
Rick,
did just come back as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Ricochet.
Man, this is kind of rough. Because he's literally dealing with Braun, and otherwise he was getting beat. I'm pretty sure when he didn't have Braun. So I want to rate him low, like in like the high 70s, not where I feel like he should be. So I want to say like 78.
He's an 82.
I'm glad that's better than what I kind of expected because like I mean like I said like
Yep. Ridge Holland.
80.
81. R-Truth.
R-Truth is a 79.
He's a 72.
He's a 7-11.
I like how confident and quick you were to answer that. And I was just so quick to be all like, no.
7-11.
7-Eleven 24/7.
I-95 South.
Sami Zayn.
Man, the game came out before like the Elimination Chamber, or like
Yep.
got made before the Elimination Chamber. So I'm gonna go with an 83.
84. Sheamus.
90.
87.
Okay.
The Miz.
82.
85. The Miz 2011.
81.
90.
I call bullshit.
Well, I mean, that was back when he was the WWE champion and he beat John Cena
Yeah.
at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So yeah, he would be
Because
higher
of The
than
Rock.
Miz.
he was literally like.
Shh. It doesn't matter how he did it. It just matters that he did it. Anyways, moving on. I would not have you slander the Miz's win.
I will slander.
Xavier
It was The
Woods.
Rock literally hitting 86.
Close, 88. Okay, the next three are legends.
Okay.
These are the ones that you have to buy with the VC things, you know, to be able to unlock to play as. The first one, The Rock.
96.
You have 5 points. He is 96. The Undertaker.
97.
Ooh, 95.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a little bit lower than what he should be. This next one is everybody's favorite WWE legend. It's definitely a WWE legend that I believe every fan has been asking for as long as I can remember. I truly believe that this is possibly the biggest legend we've ever gotten in a WWE video game before. I am, of course, speaking of WWE legend Tyler Breeze.
78.
Oh, you are so close. He's a 77. All right. That moves us on to the women. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Alexa Bliss.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough because like they rate women lower usually. Feel like feel like she's probably like a 76. Just basing literally off of the fact that like all the older games, like they always rate the women in like maybe the 70s. They very rarely got any higher than that.
I'm just going to let you know now that I'm going to let you re-guess and take that mindset and completely throw it out the fucking
Oh, thank
window.
God. Then I am going to go with an 84.
Ooh, 85. Asuka.
Oh, 88.
89.
I wanted to say 90, but
Yeah. Bailey.
87.
91.
Nice.
Becky Lynch.
Probably a 91, 92. I'm going to go with 92.
Sir, Becky Lynch is the highest rated woman ever at 96.
Nice.
Bianca Belair.
93.
95.
I kind of was thinking that, but I was like, I don't know, like,
Yeah, yeah. China.
um, 90.
88. I hate to do this to you, but it's time for you to find out. Dakota
The
Kai.
wrong, the wrong number that they chose is 85.
Mikey, get ready to be disappointed with me.
They're wrong
They
already.
gave
Like,
her.
I can't be more, like, I'm sure I can be more disappointed, but I already know they're wrong. So,
They gave her an 80.
yeah, like I said, I know they're wrong.
Gigi Dolan.
79.
81.
I disagree only because, well, one, Dakota should already be at, like I've stated numerous times, she should be at 100. She's not, so she should still be higher. She is on Raw and SmackDown. Gigi is still on NXT.
Yeah.
If we're if we're if we're not putting Omos with Braun Strowman when they literally had like the most competitive match for Braun Strowman and Omos.
Yeah. Yeah. Io Sky.
I'm betting 83.
82. JC Jane.
81.
80. Katana Chance.
That's Casey Catanzaro, right?
Yeah.
75.
79.
I mean, I know she's the tag champ now, but like at that point in time, Toxic Attraction was the tag champs when they were making the game.
She's not the tag champ.
Yeah, she is. Her and
No.
Caden
They
were.
lost.
When?
At New Year's Evil?
I feel like I just saw them recently holding the tag titles.
Unless they won it back on an episode of NXT, but last I watched of NXT, they lost the tag titles to the two girls that wasn't usually a tag team, that wasn't getting
I'm
along.
pretty sure they just defended the titles. They definitely just defended the tag titles on this paper, the last one where Gigi and JC broke up as a like essentially in that triple threat for the women's title. They were the defenders. They won.
No, they lost.
They won.
No, they lost.
Pretty positive they won. Like, cause no, you're right. They did. They just lost the titles. You're right.
Yeah.
They were just the tag champions. So it was before New Year's Evil. Like, it's not.
I was trying to think of whatever the last one pay-per-view they had. It was the Vengeance Day. That was the pay-per-view I was thinking of where they lost them.
I was gonna say, I was like that. It was not on New Year's. Like, that's back in January. Like,
Caden Carter.
Okay, so
Oh, Katana was a 79, by the way.
yeah,
I don't know if I said. Sorry.
80.
76.
It felt like watching that she was the one that was the power of the group.
Yeah. Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah. Liv Morgan.
Oh man, she did just win the title because she beat Ronda twice.
Yeah.
86.
You have 6 points. That is correct.
I figured she was right there around Alexa then.
Natalia.
Oh man, Natalia's been around for a long time, but she also hasn't really done anything of anything.
Mm-hmm.
83.
82.
It doesn't sound wrong. Like, I figured it was close to that area, like, just because, like I said, like, she's been around for a while, but she hasn't done shit but lose to people with names.
Queen Zelina. She is the queen of the ring.
Yeah, but she's also been mostly a manager this year for Legato. Otherwise, they weren't really doing much with her. So I want to say probably around like the 82, 83 area. I'm going to go with the 82.
74.
I mean, that's not really surprising. I'm just, like I said, like, because you said Queen Zelina.
Yeah. Raquel Rodriguez.
Oh man, I feel like she's got to be right around there with Natty. because like her being a powerhouse, she's been featured a lot. They're trying to find something to do with her.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I want to say she's probably around there in like the 83 range.
Final answer?
Yeah.
83?
Yeah.
You have 7 points. Rhea Ripley.
Rhea is a 92.
Yeah. Yeah, she totally deserves to be a 92. Or a 91. Hell, she even deserves to be a 90. Not this fucking disrespectful 87.
Yeah, I
Uh,
do disagree with that.
I'm very upset with her score. Like, she definitely deserves more than an 87.
Like, she's literally been carrying her faction.
Yeah,
She's the muscle of her faction, not
yeah.
Damian Priest.
I do like the fact that she is the highest rated out of the Judgment Day. Well, she's
I mean,
tied
like,
with Finn, but in my head,
she's
she's higher than Finn. Okay? But yeah, I'm not happy with an 87 for her at all.
no. Like
Uh,
that's I did disagree with that. Like, yeah, she does deserve to be in the 90s. Like,
yeah. Shayna Baszler.
um, kind of want to say she's probably in that Raquel Natalia area. We go with 82.
That is 8
Just be
points for you, sir. She's an 82. Shotzi.
78.
Ooh, 75. And the final rating of the night, Trish Stratus.
94.
93.
I was in a decent margin for error on a lot of them, like one away.
Yeah, you were pretty close on a lot of them, dude. Like, you did a lot better than Dakota and Bailey and all of them did. I will admit that
I
you
mean,
did
like
better.
it's just knowing and like basing off of like knowing how they've done things.
Well, in Bailey and Dakota's defense, um, when they were doing the women wrestlers ratings, they even said that they were going to rate them based off of what they felt like they should have gotten, and not going off of what the game was doing. And the only person who didn't get above a 90 rating from either Dakota or Bailey was Becky Lynch. They said if they could give her negative, they would have. Um, but everybody else, they were all like, oh, 94, 95, 96. And they're all like 75, and Bailey goes, that is way too low.
Yeah, like I mean, literally, like I was talking about how I like just wanting to start off by judging how the whole thing was going to be based entirely off of the fact that like in every other like all the old versions of the game and stuff like they all were always based like in the 70s, like none of them really ever
Yeah,
reached 80.
yeah. So to see them like actually have multiple of them in the 90s and a bunch of them in the 80s, like that is
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Um, but that brings us to the end of that, and I think now would be a great time for a smoke sesh. What do you say?
Sounds good to me, man. Sounds good to me.
And I do just want to also let people know that not every podcast will be this long.
Yeah,
Um,
like this is us just kind of like getting a feel for things.
yeah, some podcasts will be shorter than others. This one, there's just a lot of stuff that we'd already decided that we were going to talk about. And some of it's gone longer than I was thinking it would, but hey.
Yeah, we weren't expecting it to be this long.
But we do have to move on to our next subject here pretty soon. But we are, of course, going to do our smoke session first.
Go ahead
And
and, like before, I'm gonna have it muted.
let's just go ahead and do it. Okay. So, this past weekend, Saturday, February 18th, the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view took place. And I
That
think
it did.
now would be the time to talk about it and give our review of the matches and what had happened. Um,
I
I
thought it
think
was overall a very good pay-per-view. I enjoyed. I had a great time watching it.
I did too. I thought the matches were really well done. I agree with the winners of
I mean, you kind of have to, considering
a
we
couple of
literally
them.
called every single match.
Yeah, I just wish the finish to one of the matches would have been better.
I mean, in all fairness, I felt like they they were wrong when they started doing like uh eliminations in the wrong order in the first match,
Yeah.
and then they didn't go in the right order for matches like that we called like what order they
Yeah.
were going to be. The
Yeah.
only thing we didn't call was the right order.
Yeah. Yeah. But let's talk about the first match of the night, which was the women's elimination chamber, where the
Yes.
winner gets to go to WrestleMania to fight for the Raw Women's Championship in the main event of what I'm going to presume is going to be night one's main event of WrestleMania, like
No,
usual.
because it's gonna be whoever won the women's Royal Rumble. Gonna be Rhea because that's the main event. Like she won the Royal Rumble main events.
But they said that the winner of
The Raw, yeah, they're the men's as well. Like they have night two can be Roman.
no, but
I,
at the elimination chamber, they said the winner gets to fight against Belair in the main event of WrestleMania.
well, then I don't know, man. They've said things wrong before.
Then again, I
I mean,
keep forgetting they technically now consider the last two matches main
the co-main
events.
events.
Yeah,
I mean, we've literally heard people call like three different moves the Blue Thunder
the
Bomb.
Blue Thunder Bomb, and only one of them was actually the Blue Thunder Bomb. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
So he
either
could have
way,
misspoke.
yeah, either way, it's a title match at WrestleMania for the Raw Women's Championship. It was, of course, Raquel Rodriguez versus Liv Morgan versus Asuka versus Carmella versus um, Shayna Baszler versus Natalia. Um, Liv Morgan had a great showing, I think.
Absolutely.
It took what two different submissions on her at the same time.
Simultaneously, yeah,
Yeah, for her
two
to pass out.
simultaneous
Like, she
submissions.
didn't even tap out. She passed out, and the ref
Yeah,
called it.
yeah,
So they even though she didn't win, they still gave her a strong showing, which was great.
absolutely.
Um, Definitely think the right person won with Asuka
Yeah,
winning.
absolutely. Like
Um,
she should have. Like I figured. Like I mean, like I said, like we called literally all the match like the winners.
yeah,
Um, just not necessarily the right order of when people came out or when people
got
got eliminated.
eliminated. Yeah,
I definitely didn't see. I I mean I told you like I thought it was gonna like I did think Liv was gonna be the first eliminated, but I thought it was gonna be by Asuka, like just
yeah,
starting to go on a tear. Um, but like I will say that I like what they did for Liv, like having her like end up having to pass out to two different people doing a submission to her, like keeping her looking very strong in that.
yeah,
Like I do agree with doing that more than me being right
yeah.
on how she got eliminated. I like that way better.
I did too.
Um, However, I will say the fact that we learned that Raquel is stronger uh, when it comes to putting people through pods
Yeah,
than any of the men.
yeah.
I wasn't necessarily expecting that.
Can honestly say I was not either. I was pleasantly surprised by that. Um, yeah, that was definitely a good first match to have for that pay per view. It definitely set the tone for the night, the pacing for the night. Um, and then of course we followed that up with Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley, where whoever won is going to be facing Bray Wyatt at WrestleMania.
Yes,
So
and Omos challenged who
the
we know
loser,
knows the loser is on the next Raw.
yeah. Um, so this is the match where I was saying that like I was disappointed in the ending. Like it was a good match. I was actually into it. And then to have it end by disqualification by Brock Lesnar healing the fuck out of uh, Bobby's balls was just a really dumb way to end the match.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I do think like there was a better way. I thought like that would have been the perfect way to actually have Bray single out who he wanted, and it being Bobby Lashley. But you know,
Yeah,
now they're like I guess sticking with the idea that he didn't really care.
yeah. And I'm all for Bray Wyatt versus Bobby Lashley. I think that could be a really good match. But Brock Lesnar versus Omos, I'm.
Yeah. Give me just a minute. I have to go take care of something real quick. I will be right back.
Oh no, you're good, man.
Sorry, I had to let the dogs out and feed them.
No, you're good, bro. You're all good. Uh, but yeah, I'm not looking forward to Omos versus Brock Lesnar at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's definitely one match I could go without. Um, but yeah, anyways. Moving on from that match. We had Edge and Beth Phoenix, of course, taking on Finn Balor and Rhea Ripley. And of course, we figured that Edge and Beth Phoenix was going to win, and we figured that Edge was going to pin Finn, which is
Yep.
exactly what happened.
So that way Rhea stays looking strong, even, like, because she's not the one that gets the pin, or gets pinned.
Yeah,
She was walking out carrying Finn.
yeah. It was a decent match. Um, it was pretty good. Definitely wasn't like match of the night, but it was better than the match before it. Um, yeah. So then we had the men's elimination chamber match, which was for the United States title.
You mean men's, not women's.
Did I say women's?
You said women's. Yeah, I was like, wait, I was getting because I was about to go. We just talked about the women's, and then you're like, for the United States Championship. I'm like, oh wait, hold on.
The men's elimination chamber match for the U.S. title. I apologize.
Hold up,
Which
wait a minute.
which was of course Austin Theory versus Seth Rollins versus Bronson Reed versus Damian Priest versus
Johnny, Seth, Priest, Theory, Reed, and who are we? Montez.
Montez Ford.
I was sitting there. I was like, who are we missing? And we're sitting at 5. Who's the sixth man?
Yeah, it again was a good match.
I mean, like, Montez, very athletic. We figured he was gonna do something cool.
yeah,
Johnny and Seth, extremely talented. Love Johnny.
yeah,
Always entertains the hell out of me.
yeah. Again, there's a reason why he was one of our honorable mentions earlier for our favorite wrestlers of all time.
Loved the fact that they were just like sitting on top of the cell, like just chilling for a second.
Yeah.
Definitely thought for sure like Johnny really messed himself up, like doing the Hurricane Rana off the top of the pod. I thought for sure like it looked for sure like he smoked his face hard on the edge of the pod.
Well, and then Montez Ford with his selling to make it look like he was legitimately knocked out.
Yeah, with that stomp.
With that stomp to get what would of course be the setup to getting Logan Paul into the ring to attack Seth Rollins to set up their WrestleMania match.
Yeah.
His selling in that was spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
I legitimately thought that he was knocked out.
Yeah.
So glad to know that he was actually okay.
Yeah, like that was absolutely like did not think for sure. I definitely thought for a minute there like he was actually injured.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I was kind of skeptical because I was wondering how they were going to get Logan Paul in there.
Yeah. And then, of course, that brings us to our main event, which was Roman Reigns versus Sami Zayn. Um,
Oh,
as you know
really
from
good match.
earlier, we
Uh,
said it would have been better had Sami had won.
I legitimately was calling them cowards for not pulling the trigger.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I knew Roman was going to win the whole time. Like, I knew in my heart of hearts that's what was going to happen. But I'll be damned if like I wasn't there. Like, just do it, just do it. You'll have one of the biggest pops.
yeah. But they messed it up and dropped the ball. But,
Yeah,
you know, it is what it is. We do know that it's going to be uh,
Cody.
Roman versus Cody at WrestleMania. So that's exciting. So now that that's done, let's talk about Monday Night Raw a little bit. Um, I don't know what you've seen or anything like that, but just based off of this last Monday, there's another match that might be happening at WrestleMania.
Hmm.
And I'm going to tell it to you, and I want to get your thoughts on what you think of it.
Okay.
It's Io Sky and Dakota Kai versus Becky Lynch and Lita for the
Oh,
women's
I
tag
did
team
see.
title.
I will be fine so long as Damage Control retains, knowing full well who they're up against. Um, that's all I will say. Do I think it's going to happen? And do I think I'm going to be happy? No. No. Not at all.
You think Becky and Lita are going to win the tag titles?
More than likely, in my brain, is what I'm thinking. But, like, I hope. I'm going to. I'm going to be uh, rooting for Damage Control. Um,
Same.
and in fact, like in my predictions, spoiler, I'm predicting Damage Control because uh, one thing I will like, whether or not I know what's going to more than likely happen, I always like stick with the person like I want to win. Like if I really, really want them to win.
Right.
So calling for Damage Control to retain in predictions, but feel like they're not.
Gotcha. And then on Saturday, we also watched the New Japan Pro Wrestling Strong pay per view. We're not going to go and talk about each individual match. There's two matches in particular that I want to talk about from this pay per view. That both these matches could easily, I think, I think you'll agree, could have an argument for why they should have been in our top five favorite matches of all time for the modern day.
Okay.
Which was, of course, Mercedes Moné, aka Sasha Banks, versus Kairi Sane for the IGW,
IWGP.
IWGP Women's Championship.
Absolutely phenomenal match. Absolutely, like from start to finish. Like,
Yes.
she literally rolled her up, like, out of nowhere at the start of the match. Like, Mercedes rolled Kyrie into whatever she's going to call the bank statement in New Japan. Like, rolling her into that just out of nowhere right off the bat.
Yeah.
Just set the tone, like, that it was going to be something to watch, like, from start to finish.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't going to want to miss.
Yeah.
And it delivered.
For her first match in over a year, to not only be for a company that she's never wrestled before,
Yeah.
but for it to be her debut for a title, and her
And
to
win.
do as good as she did and win, like, yeah, it's one of those where if you haven't seen it, you really should try to find a way to see it.
Yeah.
It's really good. You will not regret it. If you choose.
If you get Fight TV, like,
It's $20.
it's $20. Yeah, like,
The entire pay-per-view is great. There is a whole bunch of matches that we're not talking about tonight that are good. We're just talking about the two big ones that happened that night, and this is one of them that is definitely worth your time.
Yeah. 100%.
And then, of course, the other match I wanted to talk about. Which match do you think it is? Because I know you're thinking it's probably one of two. Which match do you think I want to talk about next?
Kingston White.
That is correct. That is the match that I wanted to talk about.
I figured it was between that and the main event.
Those were the two it was between. But yeah, definitely Eddie Kingston versus Jay White, where the loser has to leave New Japan.
You can never wrestle in New Japan.
Yeah, I can never wrestle in New Japan. Again. I mean, Jay White had already been kicked out of Japan. So it made sense.
He's already done everything in New Japan.
Yeah. He's already done everything in New Japan, so it made sense for him to lose. Plus, this gives him the chance to come over to WWE or go to AEW if he so chooses. My thoughts is that we'll see him in WWE.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see him in AEW, seeing as how he's already been there. He already knows people there as well.
That is true.
So, I don't know.
He does know people there.
He could literally go anywhere.
He could.
He just gotta learn to watch his mouth if he goes to WWE.
Yeah. He like us tends to say the fuck word a lot.
Yeah.
I
seen his post Forbidden Door interview, like, in the press conference.
Yeah. Jay White, phenomenal wrestler. If you don't know him, he was the current leader of the Bullet Club, but I don't think he's part of the Bullet Club anymore since he's no longer with New Japan. But yeah, definitely a great wrestler. Wherever he goes, I'm sure he will be a star.
Yeah.
For sure. If he's booked correctly.
Yeah. There's always, like, biggest caveat you gotta have.
And as much as I love AEW, I feel like WWE's creative is better at this moment than AEW's is, in my personal opinion. Um, but either way, Jay White is going someplace new.
Yeah.
Uh, um, well, Mikey, did you see or know of anything else you wanted to talk about in this first podcast? Anything I forgot?
Um. Uh. Not so much that I can think of. I mean, like you said, like you talked about early on, like this isn't just like we just mainly talked about wrestling today, but this isn't like we said earlier. It's not just a wrestling thing. It's like comics, comic shows, TV, movies, like all video games. Like it's gonna be all kinds of different stuff. It's not just one thing we're gonna be talking about.
Yeah, like
Like
I know next week you'll definitely have had time to watch this week's episode of Flash.
yeah,
You might get lucky
yeah.
enough to catch next week's
I should
episode
be
as
yeah.
well.
Like I'll be able to see the Flash like later on today. I just didn't get the chance to earlier.
Yeah. So like we'll definitely be talking about the Flash next week, because man, this week's episode, like, yeah, I was really bummed out that you didn't get to watch it in time because I was really hoping to talk about it tonight, but um, so we'll talk about that next week, and then there's the video games we can talk about, and a whole bunch of other things. And like we said earlier, also, um, not every episode of the podcast will last as long as this one did. There will be some weeks where it'll be a lot shorter, and or there could be some weeks where it could be even longer. We don't know. It all just depends on what all we have to talk about and
Yeah.
if we have a special guest on or not. Which there will be some episodes with special guests. We do have this game coming up with the predictions on the pay-per-views, and then there's other things that we can do too that we're still coming up with ideas for. So
Yeah.
yeah, but I do want to take this time to thank each and every one of you who came in, listened, stuck with us. Even if you couldn't stay till the end, thank you for coming in at all.
Absolutely. Thank you
We
so much.
really, we both greatly appreciate it. And episode 2 of the podcast will be a week from today on Thursday again at the exact same time, 10 p.m. Eastern. Uh, so look out for that. And thank you guys so much. And I hope you guys enjoyed this first episode of what is, for right now, being called the Gary and Mikey podcast. My name is Gary. Thank you.
Mike.
And we will see you next week.
Later.